more of a system, yeah.
Yeah,
People go around with their own group, their own box, I'm just more local here.
But it's pretty
So,
flexible.
I line up the crews that make repairs, make the small maintenance repairs there. Along my line.
Yeah, I texted him, I'm
Up
sure he's
to, from
coming.
Denver, Broomfield, over, on into Fort Collins.
Good progress.
He said last night he'd be here, so
Was he working this morning?
I don't know.
But
I'll tell you,
the
lights
crew's
here.
working up north, so we're working on these guys, he's trying to get ties.
Is he fine?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. I tried to get ties when I was before, it's, I'm done, it's frozen, you have to hope for heavy frost and just keep it down.
Yeah, just one of those probably. Maybe both. Yeah, both. Why not?
We have sunlight. Usually meet in the evening.
No, I was trying to think, the last time we had a daytime study session.
I don't ever remember one since I've been.
The only one I remember is when Nick was manager and I was the chief. He had a Saturday budget workshop with the board at Del Camino at the offices down there on a Saturday. By noon, the board was done. But no more. I don't even present those to the board. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Exactly. So we're still waiting on Commissioner Kirkmeyer and Spencer. We're going to get started. We talked about in December, I asked the board about doing today's workshop. So there's two things scheduled. First, we'll start with emergency management for elected officials. It's the ICS Instant Command System 402 course, and I'm happy to have Roy Rudisill. He's the director of emergency management for Lowell County. For how many years has it been now, Lowell?
Has it been, I think, 13?
Yeah, I was going to say.
13, 14 years old, yeah.
Yeah, because you took the position, I was still chief before I was manager, a long time ago. And then I asked her, Commissioner Kirkmeyer, because she and Roy have lived through so many man-made and but the natural disasters with the 13 floods, 08, Winter Gilchrist tornado, the blizzards of 06, remember those, one of my first events when I was here. But it's something we've never really done with the board, I've been meaning to, so now it's a very important topic because when you don't anticipate it, but you have to prepare for it. But when it does happen, you as a governing body, me and my staff, we have to have the answers for the community. And you have legal obligations that Roy and Barbara talked about. So with that, actually, why don't we just briefly go around the room and introduce yourself to Roy so he knows a little bit about the work. Does that work? All right, start with Troy.
Lived here in Platteville for over 4 years.
Okay.
Retired from the National Guard after 34 years.
Cool. Thank you.
Nick Ralston, been with the board here, be a year in April, new elected. Worked for the BNSF Railway for 20 years, and I live here in Platteville, native Colorado.
Great.
Yeah, been on the board as long as Nick. Elected at the same time.
They're just scraping the bottom.
Yeah. Just retired again from the water industry after 40-some years. Potable water. Of course, I did a few stints back doing gray water too. I lived here in Platteville. Of course, I guess you have to be on the board.
That would make sense.
We're just doing brief introductions.
Okay, sorry, my mom's having car trouble. So
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
I heard you knew a good mechanic, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the fortunate part. I'm Spencer Bradman. I've lived in Platteville for like 2 years now. I got elected on the board in April. I don't know why you guys are introducing other than that, but I have 2 young girls, 7 and 4, and a wife. I work at actually just changed jobs. I was a mechanic, but I now work at a company that does polymer solutions for wastewater treatment plants, essentially.
Great.
My name is Hope Morris. I've been on the board 7 years this April. I've lived in Platteville for 15 years.
And Larry Clark, I've been on that board for 2 years. And happy to stay up, retired out of the construction business.
I'm Adrienne Sandoval. I've been on the board for, I was a trustee for 4 years and elected in April as a mayor. And I am the 5th generation in Platteville.
Cool, thanks. A little bit about me. I've lived in Greeley most of my life. Don't hold that against me. Family was there, went to high school there, grew up there, went to college, and started working with the sheriff's office in '89, and then moved into emergency management in 2005. So it's been a few years. Yes. So started the emergency management program. Kind of came along as a some of the stuff that we were doing back in the late 90s, early 2000s was really, and then of course post 9/11 was really kind of geared towards homeland security stuff, and so that's how I got into it. Working with the sheriff's office, I was working as at that time working as a community resource officer up in the northern part of the county, really connecting with some of the small towns. It was kind of like a liaison, for lack of a better term, somebody that was going out meeting with the town boards, talking to them about emergency planning and stuff, and most of it was kind of related to just day-to-day stuff. If we had contracts with them for law enforcement, then we were having conversations with them, what can we do better to help them with the contracts and what kind of crime stuff was taking place there. That kind of led me into doing some stuff with the school districts, actually getting into the schools and doing some preparedness planning with the schools. Under the Homeland Security program, there were several different programs about community preparedness and risk assessments and stuff like that. So the gentleman that was in the emergency management program, we wound up at a conference together, and he started talking to me about the emergency management program. I was like, tell me more about this. And of course, I was really interested. We started having some conversations, and I said, well, so what do we need to do to get into emergency management? He goes, well, I'm retiring at the end of the year, so that might be a good opportunity. And so I went and talked to his boss and my boss, and she didn't know he was planning on retiring. So I got my name in the books, and nobody else applied, so it actually kind of worked out well. It's been a huge learning curve. Say coming from the law enforcement world, it really helped working with that community resource group, just getting to know people, what's going on in their communities and stuff like that. So that was a really good step in the right direction of understanding what our communities were doing, at least in the northern part of the county, and then to be able to kind of relate that on the emergency planning side and looking at the planning and development that's going in, and how do we, based on that planning and development, how do we better prepare for the different types of incidents that could go on, whether it's hazardous materials related, whether it's schools, how do we get some resources in to help communities that are having struggles. The very first event I ever dealt with was a water outage in a community. And I was like, well, how does that affect emergency management? That's a water issue. Well, when you start figuring out people can't flush toilets and they can't get drinking water, then how do you get water brought in? So there's all kinds of things that developed out of that. Learned a lot about where in our county can you get potable water to bring into some of those communities. And then, of course, I was the resource guy. I was like, well, let's get it, let's go, what's happening. And then the question came up, okay, who's paying for that? Does the community have money? If not, how do we make that happen, and who do we work with? That was my first experience of working with DOLA, working with Don Sandoval, if you folks know him. Working with him, got to know him, and started building on some of those relationships and stuff. And so, fast forward to where we start talking about instant command and some of those roles and responsibilities for senior officials. Post 9/11, there, it was the whole requirement of instant command, and we have to run incidents through incident command, and each of the from the state level, they were looking for folks to be instructors to teach all of this to all of our first response agencies and stuff. And of course, I'm not going to say no. And somebody asked me, I'm like, yeah, sure, I can probably do that. And then after I went through a 40-hour instruction course that I had to take all these classes again, but then also instruct them, I was like, I'm not sure that was the best idea. But I think what it does is it helps you understand it better when you've worked in it and you've lived in it. You responded to major incidents, and then you go back and take an instructor course and stuff like that. It helps solidify some of those things that we have to make sure from a federal guidance standpoint that we're making sure we're touching those, checking those boxes, or making those plans, having those plans in place. So, I'm not gonna, kill you by PowerPoint, but this course is actually 71 slides. And so there's only a 150 question test at the end. So we'll make sure that we can present it to you in a way that really the whole point of it is to go through the information, talk about what you guys think your roles and responsibility is, and we'll hear what FEMA thinks our roles and responsibilities are, and then we'll blend that in the middle. The whole point of doing this is to get you guys to start thinking about, okay, where are some of the things that we need to do locally, to either change a policy, making sure our folks are trained properly, and then where that kind of comes back to you for your folks of looking at, okay, what's in our municipal code, what do we need to add, what do we need to maybe we have some of those things in there already, but how do we bolster some of that? So I like the informal piece. I don't want to stand here and just read a bunch of slides to you. We'll go through some of these. We'll hit the high points of that. But then what I'd really like to do is have some conversation and dialogue based on some of the points that are in the slides, and see where you guys are at. What you think needs to be improved, or some of the opportunities that you guys can have. One thing I will say is, even though the instant command system was kind of geared towards first responders and stuff like that, I think we all bring to the table different avenues of expertise and just what we've done in our day-to-day life. It's people we know, organizations that we belong to outside of government, and connections that we know on a day-to-day business. Who do we know that can do something or can help us, or somebody even that we know that's either outside the county. And a good example I'll use in that, and it kind of goes back to my law enforcement career, but prior to me being involved in law enforcement, I went to school for automotive technology. Went through and worked probably almost 10 years as a mechanic, was ASC certified, went through all the testing and stuff like that. So fast forward to, I'm working in investigations. We're dealing with an auto theft crime spree that's been going on, hundreds and hundreds of vehicles that have been stolen and chopped up, and we're actually in the midst of a court case, and they're asking, the attorney's asking me questions about how I know this car was stolen and how we identify the cars. I was going through that process, and typically in a court hearing, in order for you to be identified as an expert witness, you have to go through, there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. When I was making that explanation to the judge of how I knew that and what my background was education-wise, it was one of those things where, it's kind of like a field promotion. You raise your right hand and he says, no, we'll consider you an expert witness. So it had nothing to do, it didn't have anything to do with what I did during my career in law enforcement. It had everything to do with other things that I had done. And so again, we come in, I think what we do just as individuals, we bring experiences, life experiences, people that we know and organizations that we work with. And I think that's what helps us be able to respond to and recover from incidents or disasters or whatever it would be. So truly, a lot of this stuff is geared towards what the first responder is supposed to do. And again, you guys have experts hired to do that. You've got a fire district that has a fire chief and fire agency personnel, stuff like that. You have a police chief that's hired to do that. You have law enforcement guys. You have public works and or streets departments and stuff like that. So really, what we want to discuss as we go through these slides is looking at, okay, how do you guys get the information that you need to make the best decisions? So we'll kind of go from there, and by all means, if we hit a slide and I go through something too fast, just let me know, ask a question, and we'll try to clarify it the best we can. I'm sure there will be lots of questions after you go through this, so I'm going to leave these slides with Troy. So at the end of it, if you guys want to review and look at those again, and then we can kind of go from there. So objectives, you know, we're gonna talk about the instant command system, and within the instant command system, there's several points of this. And we'll go through some of that, but defined role, the role of an executive or senior official. Really, what is your guys' role during an emergency or disaster? And one of the reasons I look at that, or use that term as emergency, is it could be something that's happening within the town, but it's not a disaster. It's not, you know, the state's not going to come in and help us. You know, the county may not come in and provide you resources. But it, you know, whatever's happening, whatever's taking place, it's an emergency for you guys. And so how do you identify what those are for you? And there's different tools out there that you can do that. But really, what's your role? What's your responsibility to do during that time? Demonstrate some familiarity with ICS, the terminology and stuff, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And then describes issues that influence the incident complexity, and that goes back to, you know, what's an emergency for you guys? What's the complexity of that? Is it bigger than what we can handle? So then we start calling in resources. One of the things with this the instant command system, in that they talk a lot about once it's beyond your capability, you need to have your mutual aid agreements in place to call in resources. One of the things we do within Will County is we use mutual aid on a daily basis. It could be a fire call, it could be law enforcement, you know, we have state patrol, the sheriff's office, and municipality agencies working on calls daily. And so I think, you know, when you're building this, the guys are putting this together back east, sitting in New York. But again, sometimes they don't think of how we work on a routine basis. So they'll talk about that, making sure you have all your mutual aid agreements in place. Our fire districts, all of our fire districts in Will County have a mutual aid agreement, so they've all signed off on that. Mutual aid through law enforcement is a statutory agreement. So as a peace officer, you know, our guys can call sheriff's office, they can call the state patrol, they can call Fort Lupton, whoever will come and help, and they can do that by statute. So you don't have to have a written agreement for law enforcement to help out. Doesn't hurt to have those agreements with other communities to help, so that's something that we can chat about as well. So, and again, of course, this is a federal course, so we're going to have multiple pages of things that you should do. So, terminology, we'll talk a little bit about the Emergency Operations Center and multi-coordination system, and that those two kind of go in line together. The multi-agency coordination system is really how do we coordinate amongst everybody during a disaster, big emergency. You know, how do we communicate back and forth between agencies, from a municipality to a county to a state to the feds? So we'll chat about that briefly. Administrative, logistical, financial, the reporting implications of large incident and operations. One thing I will say on that is the documentation and tracking of what may seem like a little incident can come back later on to identify that you can actually get some funding to help support for other projects. A good example of that is in 2008, we had the tornado that came through. Hit Windsor really hard. We did not get, there was a federal declaration for that, but for the individual assistance for families, and for people that own residences. There was not the public assistance side declared on that because we didn't meet the financial threshold on that. What we did do is we tracked all of those man hours from first responders, our public works folks, volunteer hours and stuff like that. What we were able to do then is take, even though we couldn't get any reimbursement on that event, the following year we put in a grant with DOLA to help pay for sirens and generators. I think Platteville actually took part of that. All of those man hours and stuff that we did on the response to that tornado helped matching costs for those. So that's a way that we look at, okay, even though it may seem like, okay, it's a blizzard here, it's a storm here, you know, it just hit our town, it's, you know, we're not going to get those big dollars or anything like that. That's why it's important that we still track those costs. And there's several different ways to do that, and it can be anything from a where in a snowstorm is, you pick the 72 hours that you wanna track, and then that's what usually they'll hold for you for that 72 hours, to be able to track man hours, if there's a declaration. Other storms, it's from the onset of the storm until you're done with that response. So there's, again, some of the federal guidance will talk about that. And again, policies and guidelines that influence how you guys are gonna manage that incident and that event. You know, do you guys, if you guys declare a disaster, does every employee become an hourly employee? If they do, then you can track overtime, and overtime is reimbursable. However, you have to be careful, because if you put every employee on hourly, if they're not already, and then you're putting that in, then does that become a cost issue, be able to pay for all those employees on overtime? So again, it's just some different things that we can talk about. So ICS, Incident Command System, an occurrence caused either human or natural, requires response actions to prevent, minimize loss of life or damage. So the whole thing is it's an unplanned event. When we talk about incidents, it's an unplanned event. When we talk about events, those are typically planned events. You guys have like an annual festival or something like that. So that would be what we refer to as an event. Depending on who's writing the document, that can be flip-flop back and forth. So, oh my gosh, we had an event. Was it a parade or what? No, it was a tornado. Okay, again, go back to, let's use the correct terminology. What is that one? So, but really, you think about it. Okay, there's different levels of incidents, and we'll kind of chat about that. I'm sure there's one of those slides in here that talks about that. But again, it can be a house fire, it can be flooding, it can be tornado, it can be, you know, an accident, whatever it is, but it's unplanned. So we deal with accidents on a day-to-day basis. That's something that we routinely do. We don't deal with tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, except for last year it was routine. It was like you could set your clock to it, but again, so that's the idea behind it. So how long will a complex incident last? When we talk about a complex incident, that means you have a lot of first responders, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of moving parts involved with that. So, and how long do we need to be self-sufficient? A lot of those questions will be able to be answered once you identify, okay, within our emergency plan, we've identified these are high-risk incidents, and we think it's gonna take us X number of hours to get back to normal. What does that look like? Every community is different. There's all kinds of documents out there online that talks about, hey, you should be operational within 2 hours to be able to do X. And again, it's arbitrary, because how does that affect you guys? You can look at it as a guideline, but don't look at it from a standpoint of, well, we have to do that. And even FEMA has said, you know, based on large cities and stuff like that, you have to continue your governmental operations. Doesn't matter if there's a tornado go through, doesn't matter if any of this stuff goes through. If you're a large city, i.e. Denver Metro, New York City, those types of things, there's no reason for you guys not to be in operation as a city. I thought that was pretty bold of them to say that, but it's easy for somebody to write a plan in the corner office and not be town manager. So the incident command system, basically, it's a way that we manage personnel, resources, and deal with what are our objectives based on the incident itself, what's happened, what do we want to do, how do we want to get it taken care of, and move forward and accomplish the tasks that are around that.
So far.
Friendly, that's what we got.
Wonderful.
Yes, fine.
The board knows it's like, what's your name, Taylor?
This is so cool. Nice. Nice, great.
Just
Oh, okay, great.
So incident objectives, really when we start talking about the purpose of it is, you know, life safety is our number one thing that we want to do. We we wanna make sure we get some objectives identified, and then go through and make sure we have the resources to support what our objectives are. In other words, do we rescue operations, do we have the resources that we have to actually complete that rescue operation? If not, then we're gonna call another agency to come help us and get those resources. The legal basis behind this, Homeland Security Presidential Directive 5 and Preparedness Planning Directive 8 talks about the national preparedness and management of domestic incidents, and those are wonderful reading material. It's very entertaining, in 40 to 80 pages each. Basically says this is the system that we have to follow nationally. You need to adopt it at the local level, so if that's something that you guys haven't done at the local level, you should adopt NIMS by resolution, that's the form of incident command that you're going to use. And that's, several years ago, there were several things tied into that. If you don't do that, then federal grants are in jeopardy. We haven't seen any of that terminology come through for a while. But if nothing else, what it does, it gives you a reason to say, hey, this is why we're doing the training that we're doing. This is why we want our law enforcement, our city employees, our town employees to take this training and go through those steps. So that, if you adopt it by resolution and say, this is what we need to do, this is what we're going to follow, and if there's a requirement for a training plan, it helps you to support that. And then if there are any applications, Homeland Security, if you guys do that, especially for like the police department, if there are those questions on that, then you can answer yes on that. Natural Response Framework, that's just the federal emergency plan. And how that works and what their roles and responsibilities are. Incident management, again, when we talk about the National Incident Management System, it talks about all the moving parts on that. Incident command is the actual function of managing that incident. So the National Incident Management System has several different components. I think it has the next slide here. Here we go. So here's the components of the National Incident Management System. So it talks about preparedness, communication, information management, resource management, command and management, ongoing management, maintenance. So what this coursework is talking about is specifically command and management, and then there's the three components of that. Sorry. So again, and again, not to confuse it, but the National Incident Management System, that's the written documentation of the plans that are out there, how we're supposed to follow that. The Incident Command is the actual actions that we're taking to manage that incident. Mandates, so again, from a hazardous material standpoint, if folks are responding to, typically fire department, to a hazardous material, it's required for them to follow incident command system and actually do an incident action plan, then state and local regulations. So depending on how you guys adopt that, the state requires us to. We've done that. A lot of the communities across our county have adopted that as well. So again, different types of incidents, how you're doing it, planned events or events. Parades, early on going through the training process, some of the examples were either parties, weddings, those types of things. You can use the incident command system to do that. In charge, the incident commander is always the mother-in-law of the bride, or the mother of the bride, and the logistics guy usually winds up being the best man, and the finance guy is the dad, right? So, again, looking at larger events, different things, so you can handle it from the example of these pictures up there, you can handle it from a car accident. You can utilize the system for car accidents, traffic incidents, to large fires, large scale incidents, search and rescue missions, etc. And then the worst of the worst, big terrorist events, national events, hurricanes, those types of things that we go through. Benefits, again, they're really, it comes down to how do we manage our folks, how do we keep track of them, how do we make sure it's safe operations. We're not sending guys out to do something that they're not trained to do. They're qualified to do the work that they need to do. cost tracking, cost effective, that's another big point. So, that was, a little quick, but any questions on that section?
No, I have no questions on that.
I got a question for
Yes.
Floyd. What kind of stuff do we have in place, and policies and guidelines do we have anything right now currently in the books?
Well, years ago after the '08 tornadoes, and Roy mentioned taking that information in the next year in '09, Kirk was involved, we were able to get funding for tornado emergency warning sirens or emergency generator. Also that same year in '09, Steve Schaefer was the mayor, the board adopted an emergency management plan, which outlines that we use NIMS and ICS in response. That's not really not in our code, that's an adoption by our resolution, or that was the system structure that we would utilize. And that needs to be updated, and like Roy said, we actually need to implement that more in our code.
Right.
So that's all we have in place right now.
Okay.
So maybe I could jump in here before you get into all the ICS stuff.
I'm gonna say no.
Well, I'm just thinking maybe, at least I just want to understand why Troy invited me to come, was kind of talk about the role of the elected official from an elected official's perspective, not necessarily from the emergency manager's perspective, because it is different. So maybe I'll just kind of, I didn't really prepare like PowerPoint like Roy did.
Well, I didn't prepare this either.
He stole it.
Even provided, stole it from the website.
But,
Yes, I did.
so I'm just gonna kind of talk off the top of my head of things that I think are important and that you need to think about as your role of the elected official. Because a lot of times, if you haven't done a lot of testing or training or really kind of practice, most elected officials have no clue what they're supposed to do. So if that's the case and you haven't tested and you haven't practiced, the best thing you can do as an elected official is make sure you get the heck out of the way. Because you are not the police chief, you're not the fire chief, you're not the first responder, that's not your job, right? That's not who you are, that's not what you were elected to do. What you were elected to do is to represent the folks in your town, and so during the time of a disaster, you really are that face. You're the ones who have to say to everybody, it's okay, government's still working. We got things under control. We got our police chief, our town manager, they know what they're doing, we've tested, we've trained, everybody don't panic kind of thing. I mean, think about going back to some major disasters that have occurred in the United States, and you think about 9/11 and Katrina. And I don't know if you ever even kind of watched those, but the way the two mayors of those municipalities, so of New Orleans, the mayor of New Orleans versus the mayor of New York, huge difference. So in New York, 911, things are, terrorist attack on United States soil, right? So what is the mayor of New York doing? He's not telling all of his police chiefs and all of his people what to do. He's thinking they better damn well know their job and they should be out doing their job. He was out telling people everything's okay. He had his face all over TV saying, New York is strong, we're gonna come back stronger, everybody's okay, we're doing everything we can. And he took the level of fear and everything that was way up here in chaos and just brought it right down. And what he did was he told everybody, you know what, we're in charge. We got this, we got you, we're gonna take care of it, we know what we're doing kind of stuff. Whole totally different response than what occurred in New Orleans. In New Orleans, the mayor left town. Chaos ensues. Nobody knows who's in charge, nobody knows what's going on, federal government marches in, state government thinks they're supposed to be doing stuff. But I will tell you personally, I was on phone conversations where the governor of Louisiana was there. She didn't know what she was doing. Fear, chaos, people are ticked. It was total, they created another disaster. So the elected officials created another disaster. You do not want to be that elected official, right? So you need to understand your role, you need to know who you're working with, and so again, you're the face to the public. So you want to be the one. Madam Mayor, you're the one who's going to be, you're going to be at the EOC, wherever that is for yourselves. You're going to be the one who goes to the church and starts off the public meetings that says, we got this under control. our guys have trained, our guys know what they're doing, let's trust our guys, you know, and this is what we're gonna do, kind of stuff. That's what you're supposed to be doing. So to be able to do that though, you need to be prepared, and you need to prepare ahead of time. And you know, and I say this to Roy because for the county commissioners, we're in a little bit different situation than municipalities are and mayors are and stuff, because we have different authorities and different things that we do within our organization as a government. County government is you know, the way we run is not the same way as municipal government is run. So in our EOC and with our board of county commissioners, because we have tested and trained and put a lot of things in place and prepared, I tell people that, you know, like especially these guys, emergency managers and town managers, use the resources that are available to you within your board. You know, there are strengths in your board. There are people that are going to be on your board that are going to be really good at doing public information stuff. You know, and if you don't have somebody in there, yeah, you know, the mayor needs to step up and do that. But on our board, I have a county commissioner who was chief of staff for a U.S. senator and was the press secretary for a U.S. senator. I'm thinking he knows how to handle the media, you know, so we should be using that resource. So again, as you're looking at who's on your board, start talking about when you're doing your testing and training, where are your strengths? Because for us, I oversaw the State Department of Emergency Management as the interim director of that. So does that mean that I'm going to come in and be the incident commander? Absolutely not. That is not a job that I want to do. That's not a job I'm not prepared to do. I mean, I could do it if I had to for a few hours, but that's not what I want to do as an elected official. That's not my job as a county commissioner. But I can go into the EOC and fill in a spot that isn't there. And the spot I like to fill in is the liaison person. Because, you know, I have one of these, and I got a lot of contacts. And so when Roy says, or when, like for example, in our 2013 floods, when we didn't have barriers and barricades because we ran out of them, you know, I can get on the phone to the Morgan County Commissioners and say, hey, we need 80 barricades. Do you have them, and can you deliver them to us? And here's the route you need to go. It's stuff like that that I can do. You know, or in our case, like with Human Services, I can get hold of all of the Human Services directors across the state by contacting my Human Services director. That's stuff I can do that these guys aren't going to do, because they got other things they're doing. So, you know, a lot of times maybe there's somebody on your team that could be that liaison, that is really good on a phone, quite frankly. Really good, you know, we used to say has, you know, the Rolodex that goes on for miles, but really has those contacts and those calls, or if you don't have them, you're not afraid to find out and get them that day. You know, call somebody and get help, that kind of stuff. So you need to also think about on your team, on your board, what could you all do to help, not to get in the way? That's the biggest thing. I mean, I know when I talked to the Larimer County Commissioner for the flood, he was like, wow, you were in the USD and you were doing stuff. He goes, you know what we did in our county? I didn't know it. He goes, we just got the hell out of the way. Those people are supposed to do this. That's their job. And that's okay. And that's where you're at. And he's right. There's a lot of people where that's what it is. So, what's really important as elected officials, you need to be prepared as well. And you need to prepare ahead. So that's why this is important. That's also why the county, when we've done some trainings, and you know, we invite our municipalities to participate in those. And we've had a few, and we'll continue to have some, and it's not like we have them on a monthly basis or anything, but you know, and we invite our municipalities to come to those, and that's where Troy has come. But Troy used to be our police chief. I mean, he knows quite a bit already, right? So that's a good thing. But this ICS kind of training, it's important. And while you're probably thinking, wow, I don't know that I would really fit in any of those positions, you may not, but you may be called upon because maybe everybody's incapacitated in your town, and you may be called upon to at least get it set up. Or to at least, it's good that you have a good understanding of it. Because I'll tell you what, our firefighters and our law enforcement folks, and our ambulance guys, and our emergency manager folks, they know this, and it works. And, you know, Roy was kind of explaining to you how ICS works. You think of it in terms of a wedding. Think of it in terms of any event you do. You know, I don't know in your positions as elected officials when you do your campaigns, how you set them up, but I explained to ICS to the governor of the state of Colorado, Bill Owens, in about 5 minutes. I said, it's campaign. It's a campaign. You are not the campaign manager. You're the governor. You're over here. We got a campaign manager. We got a campaign team. They're doing finance. They're doing advertising. They're doing the PIO. You know, we've got the team. You go be governor. But that's how it is. So it's important that you do understand how it works. and where you fit into it. Because you're not necessarily in the ICS team. Maybe you are, if you've had that training, you've had that background, Troy should use you. But if you haven't had that training and that background, you're at the top of the chart where they're briefing you. You're not in the chart in your cases. So it's important that you do get your ICS training, that you have a good understanding of it, and you understand how it works, so that Troy can't buffalo you on something. And you know that he's supposed to be giving you briefings and you know all that kind of stuff, but that's important. Testing and training on your ICS stuff with your emergency operations plan, that's important as well. So yes, you do have an emergency operations plan. You should know what's in that plan. And you should test and train on it as well. You can do tabletops. You can set up an hour-long tabletop and go through it, and everybody walks through, and this is what we're going to do. The other thing, and what I handed out to you, what I would suggest you to get in place, is a COG team. And it's a continuity of government team. It'll look a lot like your emergency operations team, but it is not your emergency operations team. So you should set up a different COG team, and I gave you the example of Weld County's COG team. And I will tell you, when I got back on the board in 2009, you know, most counties and most local governments sort of kind of have a COG team, but they don't really put it into writing. I would tell you to put your COG team stuff into writing. So we went through and developed what I think is a pretty extensive continuity of government team. So the continuity of government team does not run the disaster team. This could be totally different people. You should probably try, like we're like 3 deep in each area. You know, you've got to think about, the tornado comes through and wipes out the town hall. Who's making sure government's running? What do you need to do, kind of stuff, right? Because if a tornado comes through and wipes out town hall, it's probably also wiped out quite a few other things. So your emergency management team and your first responders are off dealing with the emergency. You have to figure out with the town manager how you're going to make sure government runs, because the water still needs to get there, the electricity still needs to get there, the sewer still needs to happen. I mean, you still need to collect your fees, because otherwise if you don't collect your fees, how do you keep all your services running? You still have to be able to pay your employees. You still need to know what's going on with your employees. There's a lot that you do as municipal government that needs to still occur regardless if this building is here. So if this building's not here, what are you going to do? That's what your COG team and what your COG group needs to put together and say, this is what's going to happen. Because here's what also happens in tornadoes, and this is what happened in Holly. Holly, Colorado, a little town out there on the border in Prowers County. Probably similar to size, they're not as big as Platteville even. They're probably smaller, I think who the smaller municipality is in Will County, like a Keensburg. They're probably similar to like a Keensburg. When the tornado went through there, you always think the tornado just stays on the ground and rips everything up on the ground. Ripped out about a mile worth of sewer and water lines. Just ripped them right up. Even though they're 8 feet under or wherever, however deep they are, ripped up the roads, ripped up that, I mean, it just went right down this road, center, and I think it was like their main street. Went right down the road, ripped up the road, ripped out all their water and sewer lines and everything on that roadway. So they had nothing. They had no water, they had no sewer, they had no electricity, and their roads were gone. So, what are you going to do if that happens to you? Who's the first person you're calling? Where do you start? Because here's the other thing you need to understand is, as soon as response starts, recovery starts. They go hand in hand, they start at the same time. You don't wait till you responded and wait a few days and start in on recovery. You already need to start recovering the minute it happens, right? So those are things that you need to have in your COG, team, and in your COG protocols, if you will. So we actually went through the county and put things in our code with regard to the COG, like who's in charge, who's going to be, how's our incident management team set up, who would be our incident commander, and then we went through and made sure they were all trained. So our finance and our accounting director, and 3 deep in accounting and finance, they've gone to all the trainings. So maybe our charts and our things that we fill out aren't the exact same. We try to make them pretty close to what Roy's need and over in emergency management, Because a lot of these people, when you're training them here, you can use them over in the EOC if you don't need them in your cog, right? So the tornado misses the town hall. Maybe you don't need everybody sitting in your cog trying to figure out what to do. Maybe you do, or maybe it just goes right down the side like it did in 2008. And, you know, so maybe you don't need a cog team. But in all likelihood, you're probably going to need a cog team to make sure that government keeps running. Because the worst thing you want to have happen is your town, your residents in your town to think, oh my God, my elected officials don't know what they're doing. The town's in chaos, and the world's going to end, and, you know, how am I ever going to get water again? You know, kind of thing. I mean, you don't want that. So you're again, it's back to you're trying to make sure there isn't chaos created. So we went through, and there are things like your procurement code. You need to look at that. So you'll see that in here. You know, do you have emergency procurement procedures in place? Again, back to, do you let your town manager do his job in an emergency quicker? I mean, is he gonna have to wait till you have a town board meeting to come and get approvals? Or are there things that you need to put in your code that says, this is how we're gonna do emergency procurement in an emergency or in a cog event? You should have that in place. The state of Colorado didn't necessarily have it in place as well as they should have had it in place when we were doing Katrina. We had to, I mean, and that happened on, you know what happens on disasters? They happen on holidays. So remember Katrina? So on Labor Day weekend, I'm talking to the director of purchasing for the state of Colorado going, I need a whole bunch of credit cards with a whole bunch of money on them so I can get all this stuff that the governor said we were going to go take care of all these people from Katrina. So you need to get it in gear, and I need this. And literally within 2 hours, he had me 10 credit cards that had up to $100,000 each on them for starting. Those are things you need to start thinking about. How do we have that in place? And you test and train on it to make sure that you do have it in place. But the other thing is, you need to think about for example, getting back to Holly, the town manager's house, the roof was taken off. I think the public works director, his home was destroyed. I mean, so your staff, your employees now, are out trying to think of how they're going to take care of their family. And you need to remember, that comes first. So you're all going to want to take care of your family, take care of your home. Your staff is the same way. And you need to think about how they've been impacted. So you might want to look at your employment and your personnel rules. How do we deal with that? Whether it's a tornado that comes through or whether it's the flu that comes through. How do we deal with that? You know, how do we allow for that? Because, I mean, if they don't show up to work because their house was blown away, are you going to fire them, really? I mean, those are things you need to be prepared for. And, you know, some of them, sure, you could probably do the day after the disaster, but is that really what you want to be doing the day after the disaster? No. You're trying to recover. So, these are things.
And we kind of did that from Maybar in 2013 after the flood.
Yeah.
It didn't have a direct impact here, but yet most of my employees didn't. They live north of Greeley or north. So
Exactly.
at the end of it, I literally sent the front office home and public works director, most of public works, right before they closed the bridge. So the next day they weren't here. Of course they didn't fire them. I just put them on paid leave, and I had.
But is that in your policies that you get to put them on paid leave?
My executive decision at the time. I had 2 police officers and 1 guy in public works, which is a shame, and we managed for about 4 days. And it was because we weren't having a direct impact. If we did have a direct impact, like LaSalle or Evans, that was a different story.
But here's the thing too is
I stuck my neck out before I was ready.
exactly. But people are watching you. Your town people are watching you how you treat your employees, right? And so, you know, you're not. I mean, obviously, when I asked you that, I mean, you're not going to fire somebody, but you know, there's a whole total sense of loss and just kind of abandonment for your employees. I mean, when you lose a house, and then you're thinking, okay, do I have to show up to work tomorrow? Am I going to lose my job? I just lost my house. I don't have my job. I can't do my house. And then they go off. You know, I mean, now you've got a behavioral health, mental health issue that you're dealing with. But you know what I'm saying? It's those kind of things. So if you, as elected officials, put those things in the code, it gives them some reassurance. I mean, we've gone through now, over the course of the last 10 years, really redefining what a snow day means. You know? And I can tell you right now that one of the first mistakes I think that elected officials make is, and maybe even town managers, is, we like to say, well, all non-essential people can go home. Well, it's what you just told all of your staff basically, unless they're in law enforcement, that you're really not even essential to us, so go home. But, you know, so you changed our terminology, I mean, all sorts of things, because, you know, whether they're doing the payroll, that's their job, they're still essential, but they probably couldn't go home that day, you know, kind of thing. So you have to really think about it, and, you know, like what time do you have to say that the town hall's gonna be closed by, and, I mean, there's a lot that we go through. So we try to address a lot within our COG. You'll see there's things in here, I mean, we went through like our health department code as well. You guys don't have that, but we went through that to make sure that we also, as a board, delegated authority out appropriately during the time of an emergency event or a COG event. Because the last thing I need to do is try to figure out how I'm gonna make sure that I've made notice appropriate, and I got a board meeting, and I got enough people at the board meeting so that I can vote that our director of the health department is our chief medical officer. And that he has these authorities to do a quarantine on a TB outbreak. I have it in the code now. It's done. If that happens, he knows what his job is, he goes and does it, and reports back to the board. So go through and look at your where you delegate authority, and is it enough in place that if a disaster occurred and you all can't get together to meet, is your town gonna be okay? So it's those things that you need to look through the code. So like I said, we went through and Roy helped me with this, and we pulled out our continuity of government, and this is what's in our code. What else did you put in here?
The emergency management code.
Yeah, and the emergency management kind of stuff, because there are just things you want to make sure that you have in place. You can do that now. There's no disaster. Now you've got time, and you can really work your way through it. We changed things in our code. I don't know if you need to, so that commissioners can call in and have a board meeting. Because I live 45 miles away from the county seat. At the time we did this, we had another commissioner who lived 60 miles away from the county seat. On a snow day in Weld County, we can have a blizzard in the south end of the county and nothing up north, and I can't make it there. Or we can have the north and the south both having blizzard, and maybe only 2 commissioners can make it into town, make it into the county seat. We don't have a quorum. We can't have a meeting without 3 of us. So we made it where you could phone in during an emergency.
Now, is there a difference between being home rule and statutory on things like that?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But again, where you have your attorney,
Yeah.
check it out. And you know, the thing is, even about this, I mean, I showed you our continuity of government code and stuff that we're doing and things that we're talking about. There's other municipalities that have, things in place. I'm all for cutting and pasting. You know me.
Exactly.
You go take what everybody else has done and you pull out of it what you like and you piece it together for what works for you. But those are things that, I'm saying that you need to think of as you're going through it. And you may not catch everything the first go around, first couple of go around. So that's why you need to kind of test it and train it. So like with our COG team, they meet monthly. They try to go to quarterly. They try to go to every other month, and we told them no, they're going to meet monthly. And which is good. Sometimes they miss, but that's okay. I honestly think the reason that we responded so well to 2013 floods is because of our emergency management training and our COG team training. Because, I mean, you see all the people we've got involved here in our information technology. It goes 3D. But so if we're not having a COG event, and the people who normally show up for the EOC can't be there, Roy's got about 30 people or so that he can call on and say, hey, you've got the training, I need you in here to cover shift. And he's got the authority to do that now. He didn't have that before. He has that now. But he also now has people who are trained that get it. You know what? They may not be your person of choice to handle logistics for a while, but if you have nobody, they're trained. Or as in the case of the floods, Milliken and Evans, Kersey, all cut off. Milliken, you couldn't get there from here kind of thing, right? So we had people, you could get there from Fort Lupton. So people that we had worked with and had been trained, we got them to go to Fort Lupton. But a person who was in our public works department, Janet Lundquist, who I think some of you know, she was in the transportation planning side of things. She wasn't the deputy or even the director or even the chief of operations over in public works. but she was on our COG team, she'd gone through all the training. Guess what? She lives in Milliken. So when Milliken says, we need some help down here, can you send anybody, can you help us? We call Janet. She goes over there and she like setting up their whole instant command thing for them. Because, you know, the police chief's out doing other things, right? So she's like helping them set it all up. Because she'd had that kind of training. That's the kind of thing that becomes important. And she learned that because she was on the COG team. So it was really good. And she's also part of the emergency management team, but it worked out really well. So, again, I would get a COG team together. And just start small, start looking at it, going through your code, and do a test. And so what I was going to say is, with our COG team, we have where we just sit down and do a tabletop, and the COG team meets, and it's about an hour. You know, so we're not taking up everybody's time because they have other jobs they do on that day, right? That they're supposed to be doing. But it meets for an hour, and we run through scenarios, and we say stuff like, you know what? This building, and we'll be talking about our admin building where the commissioners are at. It's Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and this building is incapacitated. We can't get here. Everybody can't get here. The building's gone because we had something, snow load on the roof, and it collapsed in. And people, you know, what do we do? Well, Board of County Commissioners meets on Monday morning, and it's already posted, and we can't just go move the meeting someplace. So what do we need to have in place? And you know what? It's important for our clerk that she has certain things that she has to have to be able to help us conduct our meeting. I mean, there's all sorts of things, you know, who's putting out the public notice, who's telling the employees. I mean, all these things. So if our building's gone, and we're not gonna be able to get back into it for 6 weeks, what are we gonna do? And we make everybody go around the room. We have our IT director there. We've got our buildings and grounds guy there. We've got Public Works who is there, because even though they don't build the buildings, they help clear debris and stuff like that. You know, we have our accounting people there. I mean, our human resources person. These are all the people who are on, I mean, you can see them here, who are on our COG team, our attorneys. And you know what? If they can't make it to the building, or if they get there or whatever, we know exactly where we're going. So that we can all come together, and then, but in our testing and our training of it, in our little tabletop, we go around the table and everybody says, well, this is what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. We even got to the point of who's actually going to be incident commander. So that's why you see there are 4 people trained to be incident commander, and it's not our emergency manager. Even though he's probably one of the most qualified people in the room, he's not our incident commander of our COG team. Because in all likelihood, he's going to have to be off doing something over in the emergency operations center. But if he's not, we're going to use him as a resource. But you see there in our incident commanders, that's our director of, Toby is our buildings and grounds director. Ryan is our IT director. Roy is there just as kind of a backup, and Jay is our public works director. So, and we went through the whole thing, you know, because you could be having an IT event that's shutting down your municipality. So in that case, our IT director would not be the incident commander, because he's got other things. Basically, his department is under attack, and he needs to go do his stuff. So, I mean, we worked out it. When we first started this, we had like 1 person in position, maybe 2, and then we just kept building on it. And then a couple of years ago, we actually went to, like, it worked with our department heads and stuff, and said, who in your organization, maybe they're not a first responder, maybe they're not this, you know, in doing these things in their normal day-to-day jobs, but who has the personality, the right personality that we could use in a pinch? You know, because there are people, I mean, you all know it. You know who in your organization who, you know, man, that person would be good in an emergency. Something happens, they react, they move on, you know, they don't get their feelings hurt. You know, they're quick thinkers, they respond really well to leadership. You know, they're doers, they're those kind of people. You've got them in your organization, train them up. It doesn't matter if they're your department head or not. Sometimes your department head isn't necessarily the best person, because they're just not that type of person, maybe. But, so that's what we did a couple of years ago, is we started going through, you know, we've got 1,700 employees. You know, and I started asking even like our human services director. There's got to be somebody over there who's got that kind of skill set. Who is it? We want them, we're going to train them, because we may need them. And maybe you might need them for your coup. We have all of our departments put together a continuity of operations plan. So they have their coup. So your IT department should have a coup. They should have a continuity of operations plan in place. If IT is attacked with a bug, hacked into, what's their plan? And the other thing is, it always happens, like I said, on a holiday, or it always happens when somebody's out of town. So Troy is out of town, who's next in charge? Do we know? Does he know what to do?
Depends on the situation.
So the idea with our cook plan is this. I mean, and the idea with the COG plan is anybody should be able to pick it up and run it. So, you know what, if something happened at the health department and basically our health director is gone, he's got backups, but let's say they all can't get into work, I should be able to pick up their cook plan. Me, county commissioner, I should be able to pick up their cook plan and run that department. So, you know what, you need to know who all your vendors are. You know, what if it's election day? What are you gonna do? What's your clerk gonna do? We've gone through that scenario. I mean, test yourself, and truly do test yourself. We test our treasurer. They got money. Your clerk's collecting money. Your building just got blown away. Now what are you gonna do? Who's got access to the safe? How are you gonna collect money? How are you gonna make your deposits? I mean, those things need to be in place. Your clerk can't be here. You might as well just face it. The people that you think are gonna be here are probably not gonna be able to be here. Just test it that way. Because then if they are here, great.
Well, that's a good point, Barb, because the reality of it, you know, when you look at 1,700 employees, I have 26.
Well,
And our resources, I mean, you know, our IT is contractor, planning, legal, engineering, all contract. So reaching out to Lowell County, like last fall, I was in the emergency management training for that week. Part of that conversation on the tabletop is, Platteville's small, I don't have people, I don't have personnel. I've got to utilize Fort Lupton, Milliken, and Lowell County, and so on and so forth. And there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean a finance person from Lowell County that knows how to operate the Casella program can come in and fill in if Mary can't get here from Windsor, or whatever the case may be. And that's
or
just,
maybe Mary's house got blown away, and Mary's not coming for a couple of weeks, because Mary's under so much stress, you know, and she's trying to figure out what's going on with her
sorry, Mary,
family.
we're talking about you.
But, you know, I mean, that stuff happens.
Yeah.
So that brings me to my next part is, you all need to know who your partners are and who your resources are, who you can contact. I mean, I would hope that if something happened in Platteville and you needed help, you would feel like you could contact me directly, because I got a bunch of resources. And the commissioners are more than willing to share and help you out and get you through what you need to get through. We did it in Milliken. You know, we've done it in Kersey, we've done it in Evans, you know, we've done it even with Greeley, who doesn't think they need help sometimes, but they do. There are times when they need help. We will do that, but we're not your only resource. You got CML. So, for example, in 2013 with the floods, we had close to 100 bridges and their approaches wiped out that needed to have something done to them. We had miles and miles of roads. It was in the hundreds of miles of roads that needed to be repaired. And remember when it happened in 2013, you know, it was Friday the 13th, September, Friday the 13th, 2013. On that afternoon, every major north-south road was closed. It was either washed out or water's running over it, but it's closed. So that caused damage. We had irrigation structures that had issues. That's in September. We all know what happens in September and October around here. People are harvesting. You know, so we've got people who are trying to get their corn, or you know, they're taking care of whatever they're doing, sugar beets, you know, milk to market. They're like, how do we get there? Kind of stuff. So what we did is we used our resources of county commissioners in other counties. And I just sent out an email to county commissioners that I have, that I know, that are personal friends of mine. I sent them a text, and actually, quite frankly, quite a few of them were already texting me. I sent them out a text and I said, you know, I have like this many roads that I need fixed. Would you send equipment to help us out? And we contacted the oil and gas company. And so what happened was, it's like Alamosa, Mesa, Prowers. I mean, I started thinking of all the counties that have a lot of roads in them, and they have big public works departments. You know, Los Animas, called them all up and said, could you just spare us a team for a week? Like that. Yeah, we'll send you up a team. Where are the resources? What do you need us to haul? What do you need? And quite frankly, back to Janet Lindquist, now she's back at the county. She set up a schedule and she said, okay, you've got this road, here's what you do, and she told them what to go do, like they were one of her own crews, kind of thing. And they went and put our roads back together. I mean, the oil and gas people were like, we'll just take this road, because you know they got to get access to their stuff. They're like, we'll take this road and we'll put it back in shape for you. We had all of our roads back in place within about 2 weeks, with the exception of a couple where the bridges were. But, you know, gravel roads and stuff,
That's unheard of.
it is, but we used we used resources that are outside of our county, but there were relationships that we had. So when, you know, you're thinking, and I tell this to municipal folks specifically, but sometimes people think, well, CML, what a waste of time. I'll tell you the best thing about CML and CCI, which is our county commission organization, is you meet people and you develop relationships. So I know that the commissioner in Alamogordo County, Douglas County, and Mason County, I send them a text, they respond within minutes. When we're out of barriers, and I call it Morgan County, the Morgan County commissioner isn't like, yeah, sure, we can get you a few. He's like, we'll get you your 50. If we have to call somebody else, we'll get them. We'll get you the 50 you said you need. Where do you want us to deliver them to? Now I don't even need to go to logistics and say I need you to go pick up barriers. They're telling me we will deliver them to wherever you tell us to deliver them to. So those relationships are important. So there's those relationships that you want to tap into, but there's also your relationships right here in the community. So you're always going to have the county, but you should develop those relationships with Fort Lupton, with Milliken, but you might want to start thinking about Eaton, Windsor, and Firestone, or even Erie, because the chances are in this county, if you get hit, Fort Lupton's getting hit, or Milliken's getting hit, right? So maybe you're not going to be able to get resources from them. So, but you know what? Maybe Erie's not getting hit, or Eaton's not getting hit, and they're willing to. So, for example, again, back in 2013, the mayor of Eaton, who had gone on a training with us, he showed up to Milliken and helped him out. Because he knew what to do. He'd had his training. And he walked in and said, where do you want me to sit? What do you need me to do? And he sits down, and you know what? We're all capable of using the phone and calling people. There's things like that that you can do. So, know your partners. You've got the school district and the fire district. It's important that you have a really good relationship with them. I know you do. But when you're testing your COG or when you're testing your emergency operations plan, they should be in the room with you. What other partners do you need in the room? How about Anadarko? How about Excel? Whoever does your utilities, they need to be in the room. They're a partner. So in 2008, when the tornadoes came through here, I called up Excel and I said, your lines are down. You need to get out here and fix them. You know, that's not our job. That's yours. And they came out and they're like helping with other things. You know, I call it. You know, you call up oil and gas companies and say, this is what we need. In Evans, and during the flood, Noble brought in, I don't know, 1,000 or something porta potties because their sewer plant got hit. They didn't have a sewer plant for weeks. So their sewer plant got hit. So I would say get to know your partners, find out what resources, find out what they will do for you and what you're going to do for them. So, because I can tell you, if there's a disaster in Alamosa and they need help, we are there like this. It's that kind of thing. So you want to get to know your partners. You want to know what they can do for you. You also want to know what you're going to do for them. Because if you get hit, and let's say the school district gets hit, maybe their PIO can be your PIO too. Why not? Right? And that kind of training and stuff's going on. So, and I will tell you, if you call the county, we will help you. We will help you find resources. We will not take over your disaster unless you tell us you want us to. And you should never let the state take over your disaster either, because that's just another disaster. Seriously. So, and Troy knows this because he's been through the training and stuff and with his law enforcement background. But if you need help and you call us, and if we can't provide it, we will find it for you. That's our job. That's what we're doing. That's what Roy is setting up. He's got all these things set up all over the place, resources and things. There's, you know, structures in place that he can get to help you find the resources you want, that you need. The thing you need to think about though is, how do those get paid for? Because we probably won't pay for all of those. I mean, I would think that the county will probably try and help you out as much as we can, but at some point you need to think about, how do we pay for that? Right? So those are things, before somebody says, you know, I need a helicopter to come in and do something, you need to start thinking about, how am I going to pay for the helicopter? Because we will not pay for your helicopter. But that's mostly the things we tell to the fire departments, because they like to order a bunch of people up.
And I assume you have someone on staff in Will County that knows how to deal with FEMA and the paperwork and requirements. Is that Roy or is that someone else?
Yeah, you can start with Roy. I will tell you what we did in 2013, and this was from my experience working at the state, is we hired a consultant to take care of our FEMA stuff. Do not count on FEMA. Do not count on getting reimbursed from FEMA. You know, if you're trying to get stuff done, I would say, you know, Roy will probably cringe when I say this to you, but get your stuff done that you need to get done and don't worry about filling out the form. Because there are times when you, as an elected official, you need to get some stuff done to show to your residents that, you know what, we're okay here. The forms are important. FEMA, we are still dealing with FEMA from 2013. We had a consultant. I think we got back a lot more money probably than we would have been able to get, a lot of resources than we were willing, that we would have gotten, so it basically did pay for the consultant. I will tell you, with the state of Colorado from Hurricane Katrina, we're still dealing with it. 2007. So, do not count on FEMA, and you should not count on the state either. The state is not a first responder agency. They like to think they are not. They like to think they're gonna, if they come in here, they'll try and take over your disaster. All disasters are local. Number one rule. It's Platteville's disaster. The only time Weld County would take over your disaster is if you told us you couldn't do it and you asked us to do it. Otherwise, we are not taking over your disaster either. We will fill people in your seats. We will follow your incident commander. We will not take over your disaster unless you ask us to. So that would mean everything would basically have to be wiped out, and we can't find Troy.
I remember in 2013, after, I think it was the first or second day after the Friday the 13th incident, I can't remember who the lady was from Weld County, but they're calling, she's going through, calling every municipality, calling us to, what's your status, what do you need, how can we help?
That was probably either me or Elizabeth,
I think it was Elizabeth at the time.
because we were sitting at the same table together
Yeah.
in the USC, and we just started going down the list, because we hadn't heard from
It
Johnstown.
was a countywide disaster.
Yeah.
It was a-
You know, we hadn't heard from some of the municipalities, and so we, you know, believe it or not, we do have some municipalities that think they can go it alone and do their own thing. And, you know, and that's fine. More power to you, but, you know, there comes a time when everybody needs help. And so on Saturday, we started going down the list and calling people. You know, I mean, we've got the maps. That's another thing I put on my list. You need to make sure you have maps. You need your maps. You need to either have them on your computers, you need to have them on the wall, you need to think about how you set up your EOC, if this is where your EOC is, or are you gonna share an EOC with the fire department, are you gonna let the fire department be your incident commander or not? You're gonna have your COG team, it's gonna be here someplace. They're standing up in a disaster, whether it's a tornado or it's an internet attack. You should stand them up, or at least have something where you're connected through emails or something. We went through and started figuring out who needs these. If they're on our COG team and they're on our UOC team, we make sure they have these and we have their contact information. Because you can do a virtual COG right here on your phone. And you should test that, just so you know. You should train on that. But, so I think that's kind of pretty much everything I had.
I think that,
I didn't even ask a few questions.
I was gonna say, I think, you know, the one thing that's beneficial from our county standpoint, the learning points, I would say, is having your financial codes in line. Some of the things that we thought we were really solid on, it didn't mesh with what we had to do on some of the federal guidance on the federal grants. Now again, where I was 5 years ago was we need to make sure everything works for FEMA. Where I'm at today is we need to make sure everything works for us and what we're going to do. And I agree with Commissioner Kirkmeyer. Don't rely that FEMA's going to provide us funding, and don't respond as if you're going to get reimbursed. The real point is we need to get the infrastructure back in place. We need to take care of our people, and then we have to track costs at the same time.
Yeah.
We're not gonna jump through hoops just to be able to get a few dollars back. And I think that learning lesson from the 2013 is it has been a struggle. I drink the Kool-Aid from the state. They said, here's how it's going to work. It's going to be wonderful. FEMA's going to show up, and they're the cavalry. And I think some of it was the leadership at FEMA and the leadership at our state that kind of drove that, why it went the way it did. But I think again, it's like you guys need to make sure that you can accomplish what you need to for your community. And then as you reach out for help or whatnot, if there's funding available, opportunities for that, then you can do that. And make sure you have things in place for your local community.
And again, I will tell you, as a county, I feel very confident about the board that we have now, and I would think any county commissioner would be the same way, is we will help you as much as we possibly can. So like, for example, when we hire a consultant, we offer to allow Evan to jump in on with us, and they declined not to, right? They thought, they wanted to go alone. I will tell you, if you have a major disaster here, it wipes out your sewer plant, wipes out your town hall, wipes out a bunch of your streets and your infrastructure, you should get a consultant to tell you how to work to get money from FEMA and from the state. And you should call Don Sandoval and start figuring out how you get money out of the Energy and Impact Grant Fund to help you with doing things right from the get-go. And you should call your CERSA, right? Are you CERSA insurance?
Yeah, all sorts.
Obviously, those are gonna be some of your first calls, but if you call us, so we will help you. If you say that you need your streets put back together, we'll drop what we're doing and come help you. I mean, and you know, we have to take care of our stuff too, but if one of our towns is in that kind of dire straits, yes. I mean, we did it for Greeley. We had flooding out there on 35th, and it was their street. You know, they didn't believe us, we told them it was, and it started flooding out everything, and pretty soon we're out there fixing their street. And then they came out and they realized it was theirs. So, but we would do that. I mean, you know, we'll come down. If you need people to sit in the seats and fill in the seats, we will do that. If you need a PIO, we'll send our PIO down. She'll take over your media stuff for you and make sure that a good message, she'll tell you what to say. She won't say for you, but she'll tell you what to say, kind of thing. She'll prepare the press releases. We would do any of that for you. So don't discount the county, because you might be mad at us that day or something, or who knows what's going on, but call us, we will help you. And if we can't, we will find somebody, because that's what Roy's job is. I mean, we're kind of like your next in line, or like I said, you know, even if you don't have a good working relationship with Firestone or Fort Lupton or Eden, we do. We'll call for you.
And depending on the size of the nature of the incident, if it's more of a countywide where every town is dealing with some kind of disaster, identifying your local contractors and your resources, you know, your nurses, your EMTs, your electricians, your plumbers, your mechanics, people that can operate heavy equipment. Like in 2013, we didn't have to go to this resort, but I had one public works guy, and luckily it happened on a Friday. Didn't directly impact us. I'm watching the river, but we had ponding in town. The whole community didn't know this, but we were running off our water tanks for the day. Because it ruptured the line down, going down to Firestone, it's northern water central.
Yeah.
So we were filling the tank up at night, we weren't putting on restrictions, because everything was wet, nobody was irrigating obviously, but people didn't know that, and it was my decision at the time, that, is that something we disclosed to the community, or would it cost cash? We didn't disclose it, because we were working with Central. But I have a list in my office of the John Jamesons and Mike Evans, on and on and on, that they are skilled laborers that know how to do things. And if Excel can't get into Platteville, I've got people that have worked with Excel long enough, they will at least troubleshoot and get us by in the meantime.
The other thing too is that I would just really caution you against starting up a shelter. Because I ran one for 7 weeks for the state, Colorado, with Hurricane Katrina, and literally, the minute we were opening it up, I was sitting there trying to figure out how are we going to close this, how are we going to shut this down. I told the same thing to Milliken, because they opened up a shelter, and I said, you know, because they needed to, and it's not like you're not going to maybe have to, but I told them that as you're thinking about how you're opening it, you should be thinking about how you're going to close it. Do not let those people think that it's a shelter in perpetuity. That's a bad idea. Red Cross will come in, they don't run your disaster either. You know what? Red Cross needs to do what the community wants them to do, not the other way around. Red Cross sees the Salvation Army, but they're not as bad, but Red Cross sees every disaster as a fundraising opportunity. Right? Think about 9/11. You'd see Red Cross doing all this stuff, and the whole thing, all through it, it's like, you know, give money to Red Cross, give money, give money, give money, give money. That's the whole thing. And they see them as fundraising, and you know, I don't blame them. And they can offer some good resources, but don't let them run your disaster. And don't let them set up a shelter that they're not going to take care of. Red Cross, you know, in the national plan, is supposed to be doing the sheltering, right? Well, you know what? They're supposed to, they can give vouchers for hotels. So you're better off telling them, give a voucher and let those people go to a hotel until they can figure out where they're gonna live. You know, you want people to go to their families. You don't want people laying on a school floor for very long. We don't have a bunch of cots, I'm just telling you right now, we don't. So, if you're thinking about opening up a shelter, you should be thinking of how you're closing it at the same time you're opening it. Remember, response and recovery happen at the same time. So as you're trying to recover, you're trying to respond, give people shelter, you should also be thinking how we're gonna recover from that. Because food, medical, all sorts of things. I mean, it just starts piling up. And pretty soon, people are there, they feel hopelessness, and they don't wanna leave. The good thing that happened in Milliken, whether they realized it or not, is they opened up a shelter in the school, and the school said, oh, we need to start next week so everybody gets to get out. So you know what, so everybody knew it was for a very short time period. And so if you do open up a shelter, my advice would be like, this is only a two-day shelter kind of thing. I mean, that's what I would start doing. What happened to us in the flood, it wasn't even us, is in Evans, a trailer park area, subdivision area, got flooded, and it happened like that. You know, people started walking out and the water was at their ankles, and by the time they got a block away, it's up to their thighs kind of thing. So, right, so it's gone. Well, so Evans didn't really have a shelter, but Greeley did, and it was their rec center. So people went there. So 2 days later, literally, I'm sitting in a room, with the City of Greeley folks, and they're like, you need to get your people out of our shelter. I'm like, they're not our people, they're Evans. It's like, they didn't want to run the shelter anymore. So now, everybody's trying to scramble and find stuff. You know who's really good at sheltering? If you're gonna open up shelters, and you don't want it on you, because I would not put it on the government, churches. There's a church in Southwest Wales, it's a big, huge church, what's the name of that one? Life Bridge. It wasn't that Life Bridge, or it's Mary's church too.
Yeah.
But Life Bridge is down there, and they've got 3 huge churches down there. But there was this other one right in Firestone.
13.
Yeah, they opened up the shelter.
That's Rocky Mountain.
Yes, I'll tell you, they were perfect at it. They knew, they had people, because they have all these volunteers, called parishioners. They have all these volunteers who were willing to bring in food, willing to help, do all sorts of stuff. They opened up a shelter and it went fine, and it went well. So if you're thinking, what do we do about sheltering? Man, I'd go to the church.
And we
Or
did part of
church.
the 08 and 09 emergency management plan that we adopted, because I had written letters from the United Methodist Church and St. Nicholas Catholic Church, written permission letters with keys to their buildings, because they have access to food, they have the food pantry.
Exactly.
They both have basements, and then St. Nicholas years ago, they built a big addition with a full-size basement. So between the two of them, they would be a resource depending on the magnitude of the incident. So yeah, you're right, we don't, Town Hall can't be a shelter, we need to be operators.
See, and if Red Cross shows up, I mean, you should tell them they have to go talk to the county, because what we'll tell you, the Red Cross is, we'll need hotel vouchers, for 100 people, for a week,
No
so they can
tents.
figure out. Yeah,
Yeah,
no
no
tents,
tents.
no trailers, no school floor. How comfortable is that? Who wants to be there? So, those are some of the suggestions I have. The other thing that we did in 2013, in the flood, that was, I thought was like a really good deal, and it worked out really well, is so when you think about people who are, all of a sudden, middle of the night, middle of the day, whatever, their homes are gone, and they're forced to leave their homes. Most people do not go get everything they need. So one of the ideas that I came up with is, I asked all the oil and gas people for cards, gift cards, to either Target or King Soopers. Because or if Walmart has gas stations, they work too. Because they could get gas on the card, they could go get their prescriptions filled, because a lot of people walked out and left like their kid's inhaler back at the home, because they just picked up the kid and left, right? Which was a smart thing. No clothes, they don't have anything, they don't even have toys. So we asked all the oil and gas people if they would just give me gift cards, $50 gift cards that we could give out to the people who now did not have a home or a place to go back to for a while. And we were able to raise over pretty quickly in a very short amount of time, because it's an easy thing for them to do. And and it makes a pretty big difference. But we were able to get over $100,000 in gift cards, $50 gift cards, and then we went to the shelter areas wherever they were, and it didn't matter if the individual was 2 months or 82 years old, everyone got a $50 gift card. So if you were a family of 6, you got $300. So you could go get that inhaler, you could go buy some clean underwear for your kids or pajamas, or maybe even a little toy because, you know, they just lost their favorite Barbie doll or something, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? But the really good thing about it is that it empowers the victim, because that's what they are. They're survivors, but they're also victims of a disaster. And now they have their own money, and they don't have somebody saying, oh, I'm gonna give this to you, and then you'll take what I want. Because, you know, some people, maybe they just took the card and went over and got a chicken dinner and sat down, and had their own dinner with their own family, but they felt good about it. And they felt good about themselves, and it kind of gave them that, let's get back into it kind of thing, you know, kind of get them started. So that would be something that we would do for you as well. So, anyways, those are my thoughts. That's what you asked me here for, right?
Absolutely, and I appreciate your input, because I think the real life situations, and that's why I started being here, but as well as Roy, is, and the slides are important, don't get me wrong, and we'll get back to that at some point, probably not today, I think we'll follow up with that, but you're gonna give me a copy of that. But most of the board is brand new to the board. I mean, besides Hope and Troy and Adrian and everyone else is in the first, second year, we've never talked about any emergency management. I mean, if there's a thought out there, I'm assuming that, well, I'm here, I'll deal with it with Carl and David and whatever resources I have, and I will. But we have to be a team. The mayor and I have to be in communication. In 2010, I had an officer-involved shooting. The second person I called, besides the legal attorney, our town attorney, was the mayor. And there's Steve Schaefer. I said, Steve, go to town hall, wait for me. I don't know how long I'll be. This is an incident involving our community. Huge public issue, public image issue, huge liability issue, cultures. I mean, those are the things I do behind the scenes, and then once the mayor, being very patient, once I got here, at that time I said, Steve, this is what's going on. Now I want you to deal with the board. You know, Aiden and I kind of talked about that, put it on another note. I'll get a hold, I can't call all of you, I'll talk to Mayor. Because I guarantee you, Barb mentioned the Rolodex on the phone, she's got one. I know she does. And so I'm gonna rely on her, so you won't be hearing from me directly, not when it's happening, it'll have to be through Adrian. And if it's chain of command, if I can get all Adrian, I call Larry. Can't hold Larry, you can be Troy or Hope. I just have a pecking order to tell you what to do.
Thanks, man.
Like being in the fire department, we always had ours, triage and like that, and disaster response. And the water company, we did too. We've got cold one, where all the water companies go together to help somebody with resources.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Part of the training that you said that you've got 3D for each section, is that training offered to municipalities that in those training? I don't know, was that one last year? Or is this just like the training, like, okay, this is, do a mock scenario of an incident? Is that the kind of training that you talked about, or is there like actual training?
There's kind of both. So we've done, the county has put together like county-wide trainings and put together scenarios, and we invite, you know, we try to cover as many municipalities as we can, and even the fire districts as well, and have them come to that. So it's a county-wide disaster, and here's how we're gonna work together. Because again, we want everybody to know everybody, kind of thing. And then with our COG team, those are, they've all gone through the ICS training stuff. But then we sit down as a COG team and sit around the table just like this, and not Roy, but Mary, who's in the EOC, and we have a couple other people who are in the planning area. So who is that on here now? We're gonna know. Mary, Andrew, or Esther. They put together a scenario, and then we just sit there for an hour and kind of go through that, and they get really good training through that. So that's what we do. So they just come up with, and quite frankly, you just get down to the point is, okay, you're in this building and your building just got blown away and you can't get back in there for 3 days. What do we do? Like, how many, you know, ports do you need? How many computers you're gonna need? You know, and because, like, you know, it took a while for some of our department heads to kind of like learn to let go, right? So especially our Department of Health, who used to be in charge, he's a doctor, right? So he would be like, you know, well, I'll determine where our department's gonna go and where we're gonna set up. And I was like, no, that's not your job. You know, I got a director of buildings and grounds, I got an IT director, I got this, you know, that's their job. So, but they have to put their coop together, And so basically, we sit there and think, okay, if our health department and planning department were on one building, something happens, that building's gone for either 3 days, 3 weeks, or a full year, where do those people go? Who do you need within the first 12 hours? Who do you need within the first 2 days? You know what? Because IT can go get the laptops and go set up all the IT stuff. That's not the health department's job, that's IT's job. You know, we can get the phones, we can get all that hooked up. So literally, we go through and do stuff like that in that hour and talk about who's doing what and what else, you know, what everybody needs. And a lot of times our department heads will go back and revise their coops to some degree. We might revise the COG to some degree. But that's what we do.
I think one of the things, in reference to the COG stuff, one of the things that we brought up with in the last year is really looking at, okay, what if we're down on man hours? You know, like the flu scenario. What if, you know, a department that, you know, you have 40% of your staff can't come in? Can you continue to do your operations? And then are there, you know, what we look at the county departments is, okay, are there federal mandates that we have to deliver a certain service? And if we have a reduction of 40% of the staff, can we still maintain that? Can we do it at a reduced rate, or can we say, okay, until further notice, we're not gonna do X? And so those are some of the things we talked about too.
But, you know, if you put a COG team together and you want us to come down and help you run through a scenario, we're more than happy to do that. I just want you to know I'm not like the nicest person in doing that. Because, you know, we had people, our department head's like, well, we'll take care of that then. I'm like, no, I wanna know what you're gonna do today. We're in a COG, what are you doing? Because if you're not gonna help me out, get out of the room, right? I don't need dead weight in the room. This is your job, what are you gonna do?
I learned that from Barb back in '08, because at that time she was filling as intermanager for the Gilchrist.
Yeah.
I show up, pouring down rain with Joe McIntyre, the police chief of Gilchrist, so we show up together, and I got real quick from Barb, she's a take charge good person.
But, you know, someone has to do it. This is not, you know, social time.
Well, that's a key point to that, is you have to have the right people in place, like you said.
Yeah.
And knowing your resources. The main thing I get from you as elected officials and the mayors, during it, if we have an incident that hits us directly, you know, we have the middle school catches on fire, so it's engulfed, if we have a tornado, whatever, I'm gonna communicate with the mayor, but I'm gonna run it. I'll keep you informed, but I don't have time to deliberate what you guys want to do. I'm gonna do what I think is best based on my training.
That's what we hired.
Exactly. And then, but I also have to keep you informed, because you're gonna have damage control as far as the community, parents, so on and so forth. As far as the incident command, it depends on what the incident is, because years ago when Custom Iron Fence over across with Oak Creek on fire, the fire chief was incident commander. We supported that. We helped close down 85, on law enforcement, we tried to provide services we could, run over food and water and snacks. But if we have an active shooter, you know, I will probably assume that role until someone else better is qualified to take the oath. Because Carl's gonna be on scene, he's a working chief, he's not gonna be a commander. So it kind of depends on what the actual incident situation may be. But if it's a town-wide where we're infrastructure, water, sewer, that's gonna be our ballpark, we gotta take control of that.
Other specific incidences we should focus on first, like tornadoes, floods. I mean, that we would practice first, then, you know, look at different scenarios. I mean, you have like a list of things that we
So
probably more susceptible
each,
to.
every 5 years, we put together an update to our hazard mitigation plan, and that's online. You can download that, and I think you guys participated in that last time.
We did in the mayor's, and Bonnie Dunson was mayor at the time, we signed off on that. And another round's coming up pretty quick, and I had Adrian sign a letter, and we submitted that we're going to participate in that. So you guys will get a copy of that, it's pretty small, but it identifies.
But in that plan, it talks about each of the communities that participated in that. So it's a countywide plan, each community participates. In that section under Platteville, it'll talk about what the high hazards are. And so natural hazards, we also included hazardous materials as a high hazard, partly because just the amount of transportation we have. We've got 2 interstates, we've got two railroads, and we've got a huge oil and gas industry. So that's included in that. But our main threats that we deal with countywide really, is what you said, severe storms, tornadoes, blizzards, that type of thing. Drought is one that we have to deal with. But they're it's kind of spelled out a little bit specifically to each community.
Okay, I just
So
wanted to.
if it were me, and I were in your shoes, I'd wanna know how we're gonna react to a snowstorm, a major blizzard, a tornado, and if a tanker truck rolls over and blows up right here on 85.
Right.
I wanna
And that's
know
what-
what we're gonna do and how we're gonna recover from that.
Train derailments and all that.
Right.
Because you have your quick hitting major incidents, and then you have like the drought and the flooding where they're not as quick hitting, that you can prepare a little more for. Those I don't worry about as much, except the one you have to act right now, you have to make a decision this very second.
And that's what I was asking for, prioritization. I
Yeah.
mean, you
Yeah.
wanna make sure it's in priority of.
Those are the
of
three I focus
most
on first.
frequency, or most frequent down the other, because it sounds like we're talking about, there's numerous scenarios you can plan for, but
Yeah.
I would
Sure.
wanna be focused and
Yeah,
more efficient on the ones that were more likely to happen.
well, and that's how you do your emergency operations. For a COG team, I would just focus on if this building, how many buildings do y'all have? Is it pretty much just this one?
Well, we have the community center and senior center that we use the back.
So if they were down for 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks, full year, what are you gonna do?
Right.
What's everybody gonna do? Where are people gonna sit? Where are you gonna hook up? What are you gonna do? Who you call?
Is anyone up there at the county giving any consideration to the nuclear fuel that's stored just north of town?
Yeah. Right? Talking about St. Ray.
Oh, yeah. So,
There's a whole thing with that.
yeah, so we work with them on an annual basis routinely. That facility, when it was built, the biggest threat that they had at that time was tornadoes going through. And the way it's stored, tornado won't even touch it.
There's no plans to move that,
No, not at this point.
No.
Not at this point.
The reason that I'm pretty occupied with this stuff, I had occasion to work at Rocky Flats, but it was operational.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And, I got lied to an awful lot out there about the threat that nuclear fuel and man-made radioactive material poses to humans. I found it puzzling that in 45 years, from the advent of nuclear science, if you will, to the time I was there, they could determine what the safe level for human exposure was, even though they had lowered it 25 times in 45 years. I found that disturbing, shall I say. So the fact that this material is out here and nobody has any plans to move it, and the town is likely, over the next 25 years, we'll say, likely to expand its population that way, I find that a bit incongruous with human health.
So the one answer I can give you on that is the radiation levels outside of that building are not any different than what you have around town and stuff like that. So there's nothing reportable outside that beyond what they call the ambient radiation.
Because they're not hauling anything in
Yeah.
or out at this point.
Oh,
They haven't for
understood
quite
that.
some time,
I
right?
understand that they're not moving in and out.
Yeah.
I remember a certain building at the Rocky Flat site that they said that was, they told us the very same thing you just said. There were some fellas that were working in the building up until lunch, left to go eat, came back. They had monitors, human monitors that would test the site. And when they came back after lunch, they said they couldn't go back in because we have a reading. Oh, what's the reading? We don't know. We don't have anything that measures that high.
Oh, that's scary.
This was after they'd been told it was the same reading as everywhere else around town. So I'm really skeptical of anybody who tells me that.
Yeah.
They have a real bad track record with me personally, but it's not a personal issue I've got to grind here. This is a potential serious problem out here.
Yeah, so the fire
It doesn't go
department
away.
and our emergency management have a team, and how often do y'all meet? I mean, you do testing and stuff out there with, is that energy, Department of Energy?
Department of Energy.
Yeah.
Does that. So
They have an instant, action plan.
yeah, they've got emergency plans, the Department of Energy is out there routinely, and I understand, I understand, but
I mean, I laugh at their reports.
Right.
No, but they still, they still have, I mean, we talk about emergency management, you know, mitigation, preparation, response, recovery. So they've gone through those processes. They've tried to mitigate as best they can. I'm not saying it's perfect either, but I'm just telling you,
I understand.
they go through those steps as well. And part of that is working with the, fire districts in the area and the county. So, do I think they'll respond in the best manner? I don't know. I don't know. if they
Well,
will.
I think anything
But-
comprehends the.
Nope, I grew up by Rocky
Problem.
Flat, so I'm with you on that. But anyways, but if I were doing my USC planning and training, that's what I would do. On my COG team, I would just start talking. I would go to each building and then each department and say, what are we gonna do? We're gonna attack by the internet and people can't come. Because the other thing that it does for you is it helps you go through the rest of your code and how you deal with personnel issues. One of the things like in the county that happened was, you know, when the tornadoes went through, well, they told everybody to go down, you know, into the basement area. This is when the county's offices were downtown, you know, the Centennial Center there. And so everybody went down there, and then nobody told them they could go back up. So they're like down there for a long time. Finally, I guess there was a commissioner that got really ticked off. I was not a commissioner at the time, but a commissioner got really ticked off and told everybody they could go back up. And so it brought into this whole place like, well, who's in charge, who really does say you should evacuate, when you shelter in place, and then who says when you should come back. So it's amazing as you start going through this, all the other areas like in your personnel code and things that you're gonna end up touching, which is good for your town.
Yeah.
Because you start getting other things in line, because it's like, you know, like your sick policies and stuff. So, I mean, we have people like, well, if you close the county, we still get paid, right? And I'm like, no, you didn't come to work. You know, it's closed. But if you close the county at noon, they get paid, kind of stuff. So there are a lot of people who are like, well, don't close until noon then, you know, kind of thing. And you know what I'm saying? But that's how, it's amazing how your employees start thinking about it. But, you know, the other thing, like, I mean, like what I was saying, like with our snow, we have a snow desk, you know, so they do the snow emergency stuff, that runs through our public works. And, you know, Roy's kept advised of everything, and he's doing his stuff, sending out messages everywhere he's supposed to be doing, but they really run it there. But it's just amazing what people come up with. You know, we got one year, we closed the county at 5 till 7 or something, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning. We typically try to make that decision. We now have policies in place where literally we have to tell commissioners, you do have to wake up and look at your phone, you know, kind of thing. Because we have one who doesn't like to get up early, right? But, you know, so we try to make the decision by 6 o'clock. Well, at 6 o'clock, the snow was not that bad everywhere, and schools weren't closed. But by like 7:15, all of a sudden every school district in the county is closing. And we've kind of got a policy that if the school districts are closing, it pretty much doesn't matter what's happening on our roads. We got all these employees, got all these kids, they gotta go home. You know, so we will close. If so many school districts, if Greeley District 6 closes, we close. Because most of our employees are in the Greeley area or in the District 6, they're going home. And so it's back to how do we take care of our own employees. You know, they can't have their kids, you know, they're 12-year-old or 8-year-old or even 16-year-old probably at home alone kind of stuff. So they gotta go home or they gotta go pick up their kids. So they're leaving anyway. So we figure we just close. So you start looking at all those policies. But one time we weren't closed at 6 and at 7:15 we decided we were gonna close because all the school districts were closing. How many employees literally started kind of like bitching us out? Well, you should have closed
1,700.
You should have closed earlier. Whatever. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're like at work, and I'm like, you know, take some individual responsibility here. If the roads are that bad, maybe you shouldn't come into work early. Maybe you should look at it and think, you know, no way, and see what happens here. Because there's no reason you can't work from 10 to 6 instead of 9 to 5.
Yeah.
You know, so use your brain. That's what I tell people. But anyways, that would be me. You know, and we also, it's also good because, you know, in our county we've got, I don't know, like 19 or so, 20 or so department heads. Now I'm sure you don't have that many, but you've got quite a few department heads. Maybe they all think they can do something different, or maybe they should be able to do something different. It's amazing. I think we've made a lot of changes to our code in procurement and in personnel when we were going through our emergency management and our cog team stuff. I'd say those two areas of our code
Fine tuning.
we touched the most. But you just start learning a lot of things. Like I said, who knew? But you can't call people non-essential. But
Well, I think we can.
they get very upset, especially if they work in the health department or in the human services department. They're like,
In our
"Yes, we
municipal
are."
code references the employee handbook, so that's how we handle our employees and how they get paid and leave time and so forth. So that would be a fairly easy amendment to our employee handbook. But in our code, I do think we need to, number one, I need to update the emergency management plan, but also implement this cog. I think that's a great idea for the board. Emergency management plans for me and my staff and so forth, but mostly for you, the
Yeah.
cog is very important.
Yeah.
So,
I think one thing that we learned, after going through our campaign with FEMA, is making sure you have somebody at the local, within your community that understands, some of that, the financial piece, the federal, regulation that comes out on some of those federal grants. One of the recommendations that we had from the state is that, well, you need to have terminology in your county code that says that you will follow all federal guidelines, for all purchases and stuff. Well, on a day-to-day basis, if we're not using a federal grant or a federal dollars for that, we don't need to do that. So there's a real challenge. So again, it comes back to what works for you guys, but make sure that, there could be terminology in there that, during procurement processes, we're gonna, and the big piece we're gonna use minority, or we'll reach out to the minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses to meet that requirement under the federal grants. So when you're doing those federal grants using federal dollars, there's a requirement to do that. And it's like, well, how do you find out who that is? There's actually programs out there that allow you to do that. So, but, even on some of those grants, it was even like, well, if you don't know, you need to advertise in the newspaper, you need to put it on Facebook, you need to use social media, you need to reach out to the Better Business Bureau, the Chamber of Commerce, so you can show documentation that you did all that. And my thought was,
Who knows
why?
to do that?
Yeah,
And why?
Of course, again, I spoke out loud in the meeting and everybody was offended. But it was just like, why do we need to do that? If they're a business owner doing that kind of business, they should be watching those things when those things come out.
Sure.
But again, the federal guidance is, no, you have to find them and make sure that they see that advertisement.
I tell everybody, when I worked at DOLA, and did emergency management, I would tell every local government, do not ever count on getting any money back from FEMA. That way when you get something, you can be happy about it. You shouldn't count on them at all. The people in your community shouldn't count on them either. If they have insurance, they're not getting anything. I'm gonna already tell you, they're basically not getting anything. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the time and the effort, it's just depressing is what it is, so I wouldn't even worry about it. And, the state has certain grant funds that they can tap into, and if in our county, that's energy and low impact, and if something happens in your municipality, you should call Don Sandoval and say, I need some money from energy and low impact, and we need it tomorrow.
and that's the most reliable right there, because, he's proven time and time again that,
It's the easiest money that the state has that they can get their hands on. But the state has other funds, they have community development block grant funds, but you've been through some federal grant programs. Did you have CMAQ funds or enhancement dollars?
Yep.
Okay, multiply it by about 25. That's how hard it is to deal. And here's the thing is, it's not necessarily FEMA, because FEMA will come in here on the day, and they will say like, yeah, you can do that, yeah, you can do that, yeah, you can do that, yeah, we'll pay for that, yeah, we'll pay for that. FEMA is fine. It's the Department of Justice that comes in 6 months later and says, oh, you didn't follow F-6-7-4.
You can advertise on Facebook.
Yeah,
for
you
this.
didn't follow here, you didn't do this. So FEMA is all like, yeah, they're in the moment, yeah, we can do that, we can do this, you can do that, you can do all that. DOJ shows up and tries to figure out how not to give you any money. I've been in it long enough to know, that's what happens.
I've heard that from several people through Evans and LaSalle
Lions,
Hey.
they deal with that?
and Lions.
What's that?
Lions, they deal with that?
Everybody deals with it. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Lyons, you're Platteville, or you're in South Dakota, or you're in New York City, or you're even in New Orleans. FEMA walks in, says this is what we can do. Department of Justice walks in and says, no, they audited. Everything has to be audited. They audit and they're like, no, you didn't follow this rule right. You didn't have this in your procurement. You didn't, you didn't ask enough women businesses. I mean, seriously, it's stuff like that. They go through and try and figure out how not to give you any money. No, we can't that. So we're not gonna pay you this much because you made it better. You built something back instead of putting it back identical to that broken down bridge that you had, you made it better. So we're only gonna reimburse you for what the broken down bridge would have cost, which is basically nothing because it was broken down.
So you
I mean, literally, that's how it goes.
You don't wanna replace a bridge that washes out every 10 years with one that's higher, that makes more sense.
Exactly. No, they sit there and they preach about resiliency.
Logic has got
And then
no place
DOJ
here.
walks in and says, no, that bridge, if you depreciated it out and you did this, it was really only worth a couple $100,000, so your $3.2 million project, we're only gonna reimburse you $495,000.
I've heard horror stories myself.
It's like that.
Well, it's federal government.
Exactly.
Right.
They're here to help.
We're here to help.
I mean,
the biggest
Hurricane
side.
Katrina, it was horrible.
tax
We
dollars
weren't
at
even the
work.
ones that had the disaster, and they were trying to rip us off, and I said, have my governor call your president, we'll see how that goes. I mean, they tried to shut up everything, like, first they wanted to shut down all the housing vouchers right before Thanksgiving. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Who does that? So that's fine, Dylan's just gonna call the governor tomorrow, and whatever. Then they decided it wasn't such a good idea. But, stuff like that. So, anyways, what else? What other questions do you have for us? Other thoughts?
I was gonna say, any other questions? I really appreciate you both coming.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
And, Roy will
We
send
like
you
to
that,
this kind of stuff.
or I can even pull it myself, I found.
Yeah.
Or, do it, you can demo on that system right there, because that's my personal, or not my work computer, that's my work laptop. And, I will definitely, Roy and I talked offline about, doing a tour of the center.
Yeah.
And maybe doing, once we implement the cog in our code and the board has a little bit better understanding, do a field trip and have them through that with the department heads to see how does it actually work. We've never done that.
Yeah. And then do them monthly. I mean, maybe in a smaller municipality versus a county, maybe it's only a half hour a month. But I think they're worth it, because it keeps everybody on their toes. And it makes them start kind of thinking it through. And I think it even helps, like I was saying, helps your daily business operations as well. I think, don't you? Yes.
Thank you both for coming.
Thank you, it's good.
Thank you guys.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
Well, that was what, 171 slides?
I know. Oh, next slide.
Me?
Do we just save this on our desktop?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Still recovering from that.
Yeah, this was nice. This last year was Nick's first time in the budget, so
Yeah.
he enjoyed that.
Overwhelming, yeah. It's like,
Like the first time I went through it, you just don't realize all the down to detail things that you have to go through in the budget, so.
Oh, boy.
yeah,
Yep.
very detailed.
There's a lot.
Vicious web, like you're talking, explain with FEMA. I mean, what you gotta do to go the proper way to get, it's almost more work, like you said, don't go chasing over just a few $100s. It's gonna take you man on hours, thousands to get there.
Exactly.
But just all we were trying to BS that you have to go to get what you would think would be there justifiably in an event like that.
Oh, that's perfect.
You
You just sit down and talk.
It
Yeah, I just did it with this.
doesn't surprise me, but.
Cool.
I'm not trying to rush you, but I'll let you read further than this.
No, it's okay. Not a problem.
It's true, they're bad. I've never heard anybody say anything good about trying to get reimbursed. The state that does the best job, Florida and Mississippi.
Probably getting a lot of practice out of it, yeah. with
Yeah.
the hurricanes, you have
Yeah.
practice, they know
So
exactly
our
what protocols go
consultant used to work for the, state of Florida, emergency management. And they know how to work it.
to. So
You just
with
gotta learn
that
how to work
class,
it.
would that be something that you guys would start getting more detailed, like if you do have this scenario, natural disaster, floods, with FEMA, to get this money, we have to do this protocol and this, rule applies to allocating money from the federal government. If you don't do this, we won't get it. Is that something that is covered?
So
You go into
so
detail
they
like
have,
that?
they have specific classes that talk about that, and it's the financial management side of that. So they actually have financial classes that will do that. Some of those are 2 days, some of them a 1-day workshop, the state, and actually, I say the state because the state authorized it. But the group that really developed that was Larimer Boulder and us. We worked together with the group, it's a resiliency recovery group, through the state. They actually developed a training course for that. And that course is actually based all on all the headaches that we had working with the state trying to get reimbursed.
Yeah, I
Because
think
of
it's something like
what they
that.
were doing for Boulder County and what they were doing for, they're making us do different things that Boulder County wasn't required to do. We found out about it. Oh, yeah, you guys have to do that, and then Boulder County goes, why do we have to? Well, wait a minute, we're doing this, why are you making us do that? So it's.
No, I made it through the last one. Good deal. I lost my roof and
I think so.
You guys, fine, thanks for coming again, yep.
If we need to interface with
We're
that.
talking about emergency management.
Absolutely.
Hi, how are you?
Greeley Central, and then the Ames, college, forces, all those, law enforcement, sheriff, and then,
I did a PowerPoint.
And that's right, I got it. Oh, okay. 4 years ago, I moved here.
Okay. Nice.
Other than that, we just downloaded the presentation on there, so I had it, so. We're taking the west side of town. Tea, coffee, water.
They don't have any plans on doing it.
Well, then they really can.
Ready to make it an overpass, you know?
I know, that's right. They do, right?
But you know, in the vision, that, you know, management, they build them all, you know, and they look at
Yeah.
You'll have to get.
All right.
Yeah, he'll be back in town on March.
So that certification.
I'm in,
See ya.
Good talking to you. Take care.
Yeah.
Having fun?
Thanks again, George.
Good.
Thanks. Take care.
It's not bad out right now, it's not bad out.
It's warmer than it was
When it
last
finally came, and now it's just too cold.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday morning it was beautiful.
Nice
out
meet
there
you
on
too.
that.
Yeah, any questions, let me
Foggy
know.
and-
Or let Roy know.
We've
All
done
right.
like several
Delegate.
days, like
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you too.
frosty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went straight from sunshine t-shirts to can't feel my toes, fingers, or legs.
Yeah. It was cold. Yesterday morning it was like, it was cold.
Yeah, 2 broken rails. No kidding. Yeah, 1 at Hover Road this time. Now we've gotten, start off with 119 had a broken rail, then 3rd Avenue in Longmont in the crossing,
Really?
and then Sunset.
Just
and
that
then-
because of the cold?
Well, yeah, and those crossings with the impact of the cars and the mag chloride that's away at the base of the rail weakens it, and then it's just, you
So
know,
what
you get
breaks
a,
the rail?
yeah, rail snaps, yeah. Yeah, and then yesterday we get done with one in Hover Road, had to shut that road down. They get done with that, I can't get a hold of my foreman and say, hey, got another one. It's not in the crossing though, it's an easy one.
I know
Yeah.
this deal with snow.
Yeah, yeah, it's like I actually got a picture of one yesterday. It's just like a little, you get a rock chip and a windshield.
Yeah.
Starts off like a little nucleus like that, and then either a little tiny flat spot on the rail or on the wheel going around. You hear the cars when they go by, dun 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 dun, because it's a tiny flat spot, probably about the size of a dime.
Not sure why.
But it, yeah, it just breaks it.
Dessert?
Some stamps.
That's good too. That's 4 hours of training.
Yeah.
No, just when we meet early, stickiness.
Yeah, all right.
Sounds like it's been a long day of meeting.
Yeah, we
Yeah, you
started,
can see,
well, we started.
that's what started it. A little eyeball right there.
Oh, you have your own
Just
table.
shatters from
Oh, I
there.
have a table screw.
Yeah, and when it ends up on a plate, doesn't give any indication that the current goes from this rail through the plate to that rail. So you don't even know it's there until you high rail through and then
Some of
boop,
us come
boop.
straight from the road, don't
That's
have
what
time.
starts it right there, a little dot.
Cause something like that started derailment?
It's just like that
Yeah,
little spot right there, that's the nucleus, and it just shatters right in there.
so it's not the rail itself, it's the attachments.
No, that's the rail there.
Ooh,
That's what,
broke.
yeah. And then
I see what you're saying.
got a little nucleus right there, the spider webs come out. Yeah, so it's been a busy winter. Started in October when it wasn't even cold when we started getting this stuff.
Are you guys running more cars on the, like, you know, how business is getting busy and
Oh.
stuff? You running more rail
We're
cars?
seeing more business. It's starting to pick up again. It's more of the lumber commodity we see out there, intermodal with Amazon. So you get more of that, and then of course you got the oil tank trains that'll come out of Wyoming and on the eastern plains here. You get a lot of those.
So Amazon's using rail a lot?
We'll bring the trailers in. They'll offload the ships there in Chicago, throw it on a train, and be out here in roughly 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like mass quantities. We're talking like 200 truck trailers off the road going down the rails. So and then they offload there in Denver and then take it over to Phoenix or whoever else has. UPS used to be a big business there for us. I think the UP is taking that over for the most part. Kind of balance between the two.
Yeah.
We picked up some.
What's your position with Northern?
An inspector right now.
I will send it to them.
Thank you.
So I just make sure the trains aren't gonna derail and find broken rails like that did yesterday.
Important job.
Yeah, part of it's derailment investigation, to make sure it wasn't my fault. Gotta be part of that.
Yeah, I'm sure you have some liability on your side, huh?
Yeah, well, the first time when you hear it, you're on the ground and whenever you're on the track, you start kind of doing that part. Like, did I miss something?
Well, I don't think so. How you doing?
Good. You learning something today?
Larger scale than what I
Ray,
knew.
what's happening?
Yeah.
Being on the fire department,
Yeah.
the water company,
Yeah.
this is just blowing huge.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep up the scale.
Yeah.
They've been sitting on It's not that bad.
Oh, yeah, so we're not getting home after dark, we better not.
It better not be. We'll try to go through it fast for you guys.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Larry retired, can't read this.
Does your retirement schedule make it?
I'm in great shape, thank you.
Turn the lights on.
So you were looking for something different? So is it part of that company that guy you had hired? No. You have some interest in that kind of stuff? I didn't. How you doing?
Less stress.
Look at the website, I saw your picture, there's one other.
Yeah, I usually go on shore for that.
I have to. 400. Oh, yeah, why?
Yeah. That's what I'd say.
The other thing is not. And then some of the sites and
No, you're fine. I'll just lean back. Use the table.
Yeah. Back to the future.
Go ahead, you're fine.
After I'm still.
Okay. Everybody's get this up, then we'll go ahead and start. This is the second half of our workshop today. It's the economic development with upstate Colorado. I've asked Rick Moore, the president CEO, Kathy Schulte, and Aubrey. Yes. And to come to, it's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Explained to Kathy during our dialogue leading up to this that the board and I spoke about developing an economic development strategic plan, which we don't have. I thought it kind of goes hand in hand with working with upstate on what they offer in their services. So I know Kathy put together a presentation and package for the board. I know with the lights off is sometimes a struggle, so bear with me. And then I asked Melissa, our town planner, she's here in attendance, she wants to sit in, and as well as Mike Cadell, he's one of our citizens, he's interested with the new business in town. So we were chatting last few weeks, and I told him we're having this today, so he wanted to sit in as well. So I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Well, thanks guys for taking some time for us. As Troy said, what we'd like to do is just spend a little bit of time and give you a real quick overview of the entire upstate agency. And the easiest way for us to do that is really looking at our 2018 activity summary, which Rich will go through. And then we'll delve a little bit more into specific services available to Platteville and Platteville businesses, and then some of the key business incentives that local communities can use. And then we'd love to hear from you in terms of what your definition of economic development is, what you're looking and hoping to have happen. And then figure out how we might be able to help more specifically. Does that make sense? Is that kind of what you guys are looking for? Cool.
Perfect. Well, and again, as we go through all of this, we're gonna throw a lot of information at you. Feel free to stop and raise your hand, ask questions. We're already working with your local business. We started the meeting out in the hallway. So myself and I think the team here, we're all very passionate about what we do. So whatever we can do to kind of make those links to help you guys out, we want to hear about it. So just to give you kind of an overview of how we operate under some basic tenets of marketing, advocating, connecting, and facilitating. And as we do that, these type of activities revolve around our day-to-day work. So what we do in terms of marketing.
And guys, you've got this in your sheet. Or in your
In your folders.
Sorry.
So what we do in terms of marketing the area is first and foremost in the world of economic development, we focus on data. When companies are looking to the area, these data points are how they make decisions on where to go. There's a whole host of things that go into that, but that is a big part of what we do in terms of marketing. We do some targeted advertising. We do some national visits, and so what we always say is, we're here to market nationally and develop locally. And so we spend some time traveling, meeting with site selectors. Site selectors are consultants who are representing particular companies who are making these decisions. So they're a good resource for us. They're a good point of contact for companies that are looking at the area. And as we've gone through that, one of the things that we've been spending a lot of time on this year is really working to expand our capacity on a regional level. Many of you may have said yourselves, or we hear all the time, oh, well, all the companies go to Denver, right? Everyone's going to Denver, and it's growing and growing, and what else is going on? And what we've seen over probably the past 10 years is northern Colorado as a whole has grown dramatically, and we start looking at the data, it will continue to grow. The demographics reports that we're seeing are astounding. We are expecting the population in Weld County to double by 2040, and these numbers have kind of been holding true over the past few years. Now, these are estimates, but the way the numbers are shaking out, we should be preparing for that. What we've done is we've spent time developing the NOCO Ready initiative, which is just basically a regional economic development initiative. It is all the economic developers and community representatives from around northern Colorado, again, that's Weld and Larimer County included in that. But it's helping develop campaigns that we are using to promote the region as a whole, which then filter through our system down to the individual communities. And Kathy and Audrey will get a little bit more specific as we get into that. In terms of facilitation, how the process works on a daily basis, we are working with leads that come into our office either directly to us or through the state of Colorado or through a partnership we have with Metro Denver Economic Development Corporation. I would say it's about a 50-50 split between those. We've worked about 64 leads, and it's just like any sales process, right? Those 64 leads go into the funnel and then they go down, and I think we had 24, which actually became projects and opportunities. When we get these leads, we are taking the specific information that a company gives us in terms of what they're looking for, and we're sending that out to our network. And then the network will respond with the appropriate sites, and then we funnel all of that back up along with the community information to the company that's looking to locate in the area. Through that process last year, there was $114 million in investment and 50 new jobs created on the attraction side. But the reality of what we do and the reality of economic development is that it is inherently easier for a company that's already here to expand than to bring a new one in from the outside. And that's where we see most of the activity in economic development are companies that are looking to expand, adding new jobs, adding new equipment. And that makes up the bulk. That's probably about 70–80% of what we do on a regular basis. We provide assistance to those companies through things like enterprise zone tax credit programs and a whole host of other activities which Kathy will get into. Separate from that, when you're talking about economic development and what makes companies successful, it's being able to tap into the network of resources. And so there's a tremendous amount of programs and assets through the Weld County Workforce Centers. We work with them on a regular basis. We also administer, you may have heard of the Bright Futures program. I think I saw some brochures out in the hallway, which is great. So far that program has raised about $5 million and sent about 3,000 kids to work on their higher education and whatever it is, whether it be a community college, a four-year college, or a certificate program. And every student in Weld County is eligible for that program. Separate from that, we also do a lot of advocacy work. So we participate in the Northern Colorado Legislative Alliance. We have been involved, although we don't and never will do candidates. So just sorry, I'm sure you're all great trustees, but we can't support your candidacy. But what we can do is support your community and the business issues that affect you. So we spend a tremendous amount of time doing advocacy work for such things as the oil and gas industry. As you recall, there's been some ballot initiatives in the past. We do a lot of transportation, a lot of workforce issues, and we'll go and testify in the state legislature, things of that nature. We will also help communities as they are working on things like school bond issues in writing letters of support or letters to the editor on the priorities that you're trying to focus on. So that is the Reader's Digest version of what you have in front of you, and I'll let Kathy jump in from here.
So let's delve a little bit more into specifically some of the services specifically to the communities like Platteville. As Rich was saying, one of the key things we do is, of course, marketing. And our website is a very robust website, is one of our best marketing tools. This is just a screenshot, and as you can see up there, there's site selection services, data center. We have tons of information on this website, from workforce information to major employers to demographics, labor, the whole 9 yards. You'll see over there the upstate communities. We have a landing page for every community in Weld County. This is the top part of your landing page. We've rotated through some pictures, which Troy and his staff helped us get. You can see a community snapshot there that talks about just some of the demographics. This is the bottom half, a little bit of history on Platteville. Again, you can see some of the pullouts at the bottom, the various categories that we'll try to get information. Some is there, we probably need to get a little bit more. The 3 blue boxes to the right, if you click on those boxes, the download the community profile, there's a community profile for every community. We've actually purchased what is called ESRI information. It's kind of the best, what we feel is definitely the best national resource for community demographic information in the country. And we purchased that on behalf of all of the communities in Weld County. And that's what you would pull up, and I've got some examples later. The next one down there is we link directly to the town's website. Our hope is to get people on this landing page, and if they have more questions on Platteville, all they've got to do is click that button, and they'll go right to the Platteville Council page. Obviously, we'd like to see the reverse as well. When people are on your website, and maybe they want to know a little bit broader region, site selection, that kind of stuff, real estate, you need to have a link on your website that would lead them directly back to this page and go from there. The last one down there is the Platteville real estate opportunities. This is actually a live, the other thing we purchased, let me just go to the next page so you can see. When you click on that button, this is what comes up, and you'll see some of the demographics, and that information comes up again. You'll see the reports at the top, videos, photos. We can download videos. The reports are the ESRI reports again, which we'll get into in a little bit. But that buildings and sites tab, those, if you click on those, it will literally pull up any buildings, Platteville buildings or Platteville land with that address will pull up immediately. We've purchased, it's called the NCAR, Northern Colorado Commercial Realtors Association, database of real estate in Northern Colorado in Weld and Laramie counties. This is retail, commercial, industrial properties throughout the 2 counties. I can tell you we need to still do some work. Audrey, what else am I missing? You can put
that
on
covers it.
the reports.
The reports.
Before I move on.
And that'll bring to a drop-down menu, and there's a whole bunch of different reports that you can run. There's retail reports. There's
and I've got a list of them here. We'll get to some of those reports in a minute. I did want to show you this users. This is kind of some analytics with our website. As you can see there, we've had, and this is for 2018, January through December, almost 8,000 users to our website. You can see the top user locations. Colorado is the number 1, and the other states where the bulk of the users were from. There was about 1,958 property searches, and then people that specifically came to the Platteville landing page, there was 41. Obviously, we'd like to increase that. And I think there's some strategies to do that.
Yeah, we had some property that we're trying to market that for retail. Would be able to click on that to see that this property
as long as the realtor has their information downloaded into the NCAR database. And it's called Catalyst. And right now, it's actually just out of meetings this noon where they were saying they feel like they've got about 50% of the realtor's information in there. This is kind of some of the other reports. Let me pull up here's a list of some of the Platteville properties. And I can tell you those first two are in the database. If you go to it live and pull those up, that's the two properties that will come up. So obviously there's a bunch of stuff missing. I can tell you the Platteville Energy Park, that one was consistently in there. The realtor said the last industrial lot is under contract, so that's maybe why he's getting an updated brochure. Those other three properties aren't currently in that database. So the database is great as far as it goes, but the problem with the database is it doesn't necessarily have everything, which is why we do a lead distribution. As Rich was saying, every lead that we get, whether it's from the state, our Metro Denver partners, companies contacting us, whatever, we will try to blindly distribute that information back out to our community partners. Troy is the person that gets the leads here in Platteville, as well as our commercial real estate partners. And the purpose of that is to simply make sure we're not missing any properties, because not everything is in a database. So we send them out, what they're looking for, and people can respond and let us know if we're missing any properties. Our goal is to get as many viable, well-counted properties to the recipient based on their specific needs as possible, to try to have as many opportunities show up in North County. Real estate is how you get your foot in the door in many cases with some of these companies. So the more properties we can get into the database so they can search and find them themselves, the better. So we still have a little bit of work to do. I think our lead distribution program works pretty well in that, you know, people will respond back to me. Pocket listings, community representatives saying, hey, have you thought about this property or that property? This report right here is actually the 64 some projects that we worked last year, 6 of them, and these are the 6. Actually, we had Platteville property that we forwarded to them. All of them, as you can see over there on the stage, is closed or lost. So the one that's still active is the home goods manufacturer and distributor. And actually, that's the one that the Platteville Rail Park, even though it's not formally part of Platteville yet.
We talked about that.
We call it the Platteville Rail Park because of where it's at, north end of town. That's the piece of property that we actually forwarded with that lead. So needless to say, again, our goal is to try to get as many viable properties as we possibly can and community information. So the landing page coupled with the real estate search component is the best place to start. And then we distribute the leads out, hoping we'll uncover more opportunities and constantly be working with our real estate community to encourage them to get their properties into the system. Does that make sense?
Is there a list of which realtors are part of this? Or is that
How educated are the realtors? I mean, are they all
Yeah,
included, or is it just voluntarily?
It's interesting, we were talking about that today at noon. We had a realtors meeting in Greeley, actually. This Catalyst system has only, this specific database has only been around now for about a year. And prior to that, there was a different database, Excelligent. They went out of business. So everybody kind of had to start all over, get all their properties back into this new system. It's taken a little bit of time. And they anticipate it could take 2 to 3 years. There is a cost associated with getting your properties into the system and having them publicly searchable.
If we're looking at a realtor, we can ask if they participate in this.
We encourage them all the time that the best way they can get some additional publicity for their sites is to get them into the in-car or Catalyst system. Some will, some won't, which is why we also try to keep track of viable properties just with pocket listings and that kind of thing. This Platteville Rail Park, and I don't know, Troy, you may have forwarded this lead on to Jim, and I'm assuming Jim then contacted us and said, don't forget about this property. So the system worked the way it was supposed to work. We then obviously try to keep all of those properties, some of the key properties, just on our computer hard drive so that we do a search internally to make sure we're not missing anything. There's a couple of other databases that we try to search as well to hopefully not miss any opportunities. It's just an ongoing, not battle, but you know, you just have to constantly keep working at it and that kind of thing. We really do rely on our community partners. You guys know your community better than we ever will, which is why we distribute those leads, to make sure that you know what kind of inquiries we're getting and can remind us, hey, don't forget about this. What about this one? I can tell you that with our statistics last year, a lot of the businesses are really looking for existing buildings. And that's a problem countywide. We don't have tons of really good existing buildings. So it's a bit of a problem. And I mean, I personally think we've lost some opportunities because we simply had no place to put them from an existing building point of view. Because an existing building is a whole different ball of wax than starting new construction buildings. But that's pretty much where we are.
What size of existing building? Large?
Across the board. We actually, and I'm happy to send them to you, with all of our statistics from last year, we track the size of buildings that are requested with every lead, and we put together charts of what is the most usable or what do people want and ask for the most. It tends to be up to about 25,000 square feet. But this year, I think we had 3 that needed more than 200,000 square feet. So it just really depends on the projects and what they are. But you might find these reports, and I can send them to you. It talks about the industries that are looking, the industry sectors. It talks about the size of building they're looking for, if they're looking at purchasing and leasing, if they want land, how much land are they looking for, if they need rail. So it kind of goes into some detail. So I think we've got some really good tools in place that can help communities. You can help spread the word, obviously, with the real estate component of it as well. We definitely rely on town staff to help us not miss stuff, and then try to respond as much as possible. Every time we get these leads in, we distribute, or these inquiries in, we distribute them out, and then we pull the whole package together. In your packets, on the left-hand side, you'll see some general weld overview information. And that will give you a real good idea of the type of information that literally every lead gets. An overview of Will County, demographic profile, all that kind of thing. And then obviously as we learn more and they drill down into the area of the county they want to be in, we can get more specific information.
Okay, I have a quick question. If I'm aware or town aware of a property owner that is trying to sell the property but they're not going through a realtor, how does that impact?
That's the pocket listings, or that's the owner for sale by owner. I think it's very important to realize that we are not realtors.
No,
so we cannot act like realtors. However, having said that, our overall goal is to get as many viable Wells County properties in front of prospects and companies as possible. So we keep track of those properties, and we have them on our share drive. And when it's appropriate, we forward them along. The problem is, many of those for sale by owners, it's admin. It's not annexed, it's not zoned, none of the entitlements in place.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing, and we can even send you a list of site specifications that clients typically look for, but it has to be, there has to be a price. You know, maybe not all utilities are there, but it has to be, the more it's ready to go, the more viable it becomes. It's a really important word here.
We really do have a threshold. I mean, Weld County's a big place. There is a lot of land in Weld County. And at the right price, all of it's for sale.
Okay.
So we really do need to have materials. Many times when we're dealing with these leads, we don't know who the company is. We're working with a consultant. A few times we do, but the bulk of the time, we don't know who the company is. So we have to have something that we can follow. There needs to be some kind of a property brochure, information sheet. We need to cover the basic, where's the infrastructure, who's the utility providers, how big is it, what's the location in terms of
Somebody
roads.
who's truly looking to sell their property rather than just, fill out the market.
If somebody's campaigning and gobbling,
right.
I'm sure I'll sell it.
This
Truly
isn't like
sell it.
an it depends situation. This isn't like, well, someone knocks on my door. It's not how it works.
Literally, there's a for sale sign on the property.
Yeah, right. So we always talk about site selection, but it's really site elimination
Right.
for people who are going through this process.
Okay.
They want a site that fits their needs, that they can get into the quickest, so that if they have to build, they can get through, planning and zoning and be up in business in the shortest amount of time.
But that's not to say that it has to be fully developed either. I mean, if we just know where the infrastructure is, and somebody has done the brain damage, how far away it is, and what a rough estimate might be for a cost, or at least how are we gonna provide the utility?
And we've received some of those green space or those build-to-suit property inquiries, but we just, the one you and I talked about, we're just kind of waiting, of course now, but we had some properties in town, the Harris property, along 85 near County Road 30. I had a lot of people, companies call me about that, but access to utilities are hindering it, doesn't have water, sewer, and they're gonna close County Road 30. So it's 37 acres of wasted land.
It's not terribly marketable.
Right next to the railroad.
Right.
It has a lot of potential, but it's just not gonna happen. But what I talked to the board about is we working together with the businesses. We're actually looking at some properties that we can, maybe possibly acquire, mold, and sell out there to be developed for retail. Honestly, we love industrial. The oil and gas would get to us, but diversify our revenue.
Absolutely.
Right now, we're still in
services for your residents.
we're still in a boom, but when it busts, because it always happens, I got to go for budget that I could cut $500,000 from. That's reality. But again, it goes to the rooftop.
Again, with your energy park, we sent that energy park brochure out a lot. That was a nice development. We sent that out a lot. And it's my understanding, all that's left is the commercial component. But the last lot in there is under contract.
It is.
And that was really very fully developed and ready to go. It was pretty simple.
But the partners knew what they were doing. They were professionals.
And they wanted to sell it.
They wanted to sell it, exactly.
Now I think you guys have a tremendous opportunity potentially with the Bellis folks. What is his name?
Gary.
Hendrick?
Yep.
Hendrickson?
Anderson.
I think there's a tremendous opportunity there, but I know, does he really want to sell it? Does he put a price on it? Has he figured out where the infrastructure is gonna be, the utilities? I think he has some.
Yeah.
And I know we provided a great deal of that information to this home goods manufacturer and stuff across the other side of the road, the other side of Highway 85, he owns as well. And it's my understanding, but nothing's on the market, right? There's no brochures, there's nothing that and guys, when we get these leads, we don't have 3 weeks to respond. We have to respond typically within a week, sometimes 2 days. So we need to have material ready to go that we can send. And that's what I think some of the property owners don't really get. That, you need to have some of your materials put in place first. Is he moving off of that at all? Is he wanting to?
It's been hit and miss. Usually every 6 to 8 months I'll hear from him. He gets re-energized for a short amount of time and then it just dies.
Well, he's not a developer, right?
And again, I've had long dialogue, not to focus on him specifically, but about him finding somebody. And he actually spoke directly with the energy partners from the Platte Energy Park. Those gentlemen are older, like Dale Bainers, I don't want to do this anymore, I want to retire. So connecting him with that right person, where Jim came along, he used to work for Dow BTS, I became very optimistic, but I don't know, I can't find the underlying holdup to what that is.
Yeah, is there incentives? I don't even know what
And
to do.
I throw all
Does he
that
really
out.
want to sell?
And the conversations I've had with him outside the board is what are those development impact costs? What are our impact fees? What are our water requirements? How does our road standards and infrastructure look? How can we work with CDOT to get a light at 34? All those conversations have been had. It's just conversations at this point. And he spends a lot of time in California, so it's hard.
Those are great.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the assistance programs and then maybe get back to that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Municipal development incentives. This is, and I'm focusing more on local stuff. 31 communities in North County. Most municipalities will consider, sometimes on a case-by-case basis, sometimes they have an adopted incentive policy, helping with some of those development costs. And guys, it's huge. It makes a huge difference to companies because development costs can get extremely expensive. You can see a list there of some of the things that, and we have samples of 2 or 3 that we can share, public documents that 2 or 3 of the communities have with an adopted incentive policy. And these are the kinds of things that they're looking at and considering doing. And that metro district might be something that Bella Hendrickson we could maybe use that to try to entice him to work on his project. I think the problem with him though is he's truly not a developer.
I was gonna say, the thought of annexation scares him. The thought of going through, describing to the people of this town what a metro district is probably extremely frightening. I mean, I understand it, but
you
the
would
town.
probably,
Go ahead.
you would probably, I mean, in terms of a metro district, that's when you've got new development coming in.
Right.
That's going to be the kind of voice of that metro district. The same goes to URA, and I don't know if Commissioner Kurtmeyer talked about URAs with you at all, but Will County's been very supportive of them as long as those funds are going to public infrastructure type situations. So there's opportunities to create those vehicles, which again will create a TIF and can help further things along.
But again, it has to be somebody that, what you just said, that would scare him to death.
That's
that,
right, yeah.
That is a developer that understands some of those tools and how to use them.
Exactly.
Which it sounds like that's the missing potential component. But the very least, it might be good for you as a town, if this is something you want to pursue, to think a little bit philosophically about what would we be willing to do? Maybe we need to adopt some kind of an incentive strategy so that you do it the smart way and not just throw money at projects either. There needs to be some criteria, in my opinion. There needs to be investment limits and pay scales need to be taken into consideration and a variety of different things. So you might want to consider taking that next step, which we might be able to help you with.
And I pulled some samples from Windsor, Greeley, some larger areas that have, if it's a minimum of 100 employee manufacturing, they get qualified for certain incentives and so on. So we have an example of that.
And that may or may not work for you.
It may not, because we don't have employee crawl base here or the land. Redeveloping some of our downtown, we have vacant properties in town. We have underutilized properties, which don't mean to offend anybody, but that's the truth.
No, absolutely.
They're underutilized.
And you need to develop policies and incentives that, based on your needs, a one-size-fits-all is not a good approach. I don't.
No.
The enterprise zone, you guys hopefully are aware that most of Platteville going north, let me show you the map so you get that's your boundaries, is within the boundaries of an enterprise zone. And it's kind of a goofy boundary because we had to follow census tract boundaries or lines, but hopefully we got in the bulk of your growth area and commercial area in town.
This was after a growth area,
For those of you who may not be familiar with the enterprise zones are areas throughout the state of Colorado that are more economically distressed than the state as a whole. That's how you had to meet state mandated distress criteria to get included within the enterprise zone boundaries. What that means for a business is that if they locate or expand within the boundaries of the enterprise zone, they're eligible to earn a variety of different state income tax credits. And you guys have an information sheet that goes into a little bit more detail on this. This lists some of those credits. It's all based on their specific activities is how they earn credits. Investing in equipment, creating new jobs, training people. There's an R&D credit. This is probably the most important and most utilized across the state incentive that the state of Colorado has. All of the credits that the companies earn then are applied to their state income tax liability, thereby reducing their state income tax liability. And most of the credits can be carried forward so that hopefully you won't lose any of the credits. Definitely the investment tax credit is the most utilized credit. And that's basically saying 3% of an investment in equipment that's used exclusively within the zone boundaries, 3% of that amount can be claimed as a state income tax credit. The next one, commercial vehicle investment tax credit, that there's some real specific vehicle requirements. That's not utilized very much. I'm going to jump down to the job training credit. Workforce is a huge issue right now across the state, including Weld County. Lots and lots of training and just getting the right people. So that 12% training credit can be very helpful to employers, 12% of eligible training costs. If companies, existing or new, create new jobs over and above their previous tax year, they can earn a one-time $1,100 job tax credit. If they happen to be adding value to an agricultural commodity, through some form of processing, they can get an additional $500 credit. And if the first 2 years a company is in the zone, they can get an additional $1,000 health insurance credit if they pick up at least 50% of the employee's premium. So these can really start adding up. There's an R&D credit. We were talking with this gentleman over here out in the hall about the vacant building rehab credit. That's specifically designed to help revitalize old downtown areas by recognizing these old buildings that have been sitting empty in many cases for years. What this credit does is if the building is at least 20 years old and it's been completely vacant for at least 2 years, then 25% of the eligible rehab costs to get that building up and operational again can be applied as a state income tax credit up to $50,000 a building. So that could be a tool that might help get some of those buildings, if they're usable. Some of them may just have to be raised, but make it more cost effective to get them back up and on the tax rolls. There's a manufacturing and mining state sales use tax. That all of the credits for manufacturing and mining up, those are all credits that businesses making investments, creating jobs, they're going to be the ones that are going to earn those credits. With the exception of the vacant building rehab. Whoever makes the investment in rehabbing the building will earn the credit there. The land or the owner or the tenant, whichever. The very last one there, an approved contribution project. This is kind of unique in that, again, these enterprise zone areas are areas that are economically distressed. So what we're trying to do through job creation, that kind of thing, is improve these distressed areas. And we do want to support nonprofits and governments that are also trying to put together projects to improve these distressed areas. So with an approved contribution project, and this is a public-private partnership where, let's say for example, you guys might decide we want to enhance our downtown area. We want to do a streetscape, we want to do a beautification project, and maybe the town will invest so many dollars to that, and then you want to go to the business owners, to your community, and say, we need to raise and match what the town is willing to do. So it's a fundraising campaign. That's how this program could be helpful. If we can get that as an approved contribution project, then people contributing to it can earn 25% of their cash contribution as a credit, 12.5% if it's in kind. So again, it's a fundraising tool to help hopefully raise the dollars in a public-private way to do the things you want to do downtown. Downtown is just one example. It could be a tourism project, it could be a community building project, it could be a homeless, there's a homeless category. There's very specific state criteria and eligibility categories, and then we have some local criteria that would have to be met. But we would love to do a project in Platteville.
And we do have a streetscape conceptual plan that was completed several years ago through assistance with DOLA. And we need to take that next step, but I think working with the businesses to discuss in a group setting with the local businesses downtown or property owners. Because, you know, there's at least 3 properties right now that are completely vacant or just not being used at all. And they're key locations, great retail. So, is there a percentage of going back to the downtown for some years, is there a percentage of the businesses in that area that have to participate, or is it just elective?
No, it's whatever the project is. First of all, the project would have to meet eligibility criteria, and I can tell you that a downtown beautification, a streetscape, I feel very confident we could get that as a contribution project. And what is the goals? What is your outcomes? What is your 5-year outcomes you're trying to establish within a 5-year period of time? And how much money has to be raised to do that? And how much you may be doing some as the town, and then you may be going to your community. They may not even be downtown businesses. It can be anybody can make a contribution to this contribution program. Anybody can. Anybody can.
Would it require the town to be a 501c3 though?
It can be a government entity or a 501c3. Either one. My bias, I guess, a little bit is it might be easier if you're raising funds. I think it might be hard for a government entity to raise funds. It might be easier to have a nonprofit DDA group or something like that that's a 501c3 raise the dollars. But maybe not. That's your call. Either one.
What's unfortunate for us, speaking of our downtown, is for years now, we no longer have an established chamber of commerce or any kind of business association. So we want to start one, but we don't want to start. We want to hopefully help
businesses
start up and be self-reliant and partner with them. And the town is pursuing a 501c3. I was having our CPA work on it, came to a realization that the town training is actually good, so it's in the process. So we'll have it done next week.
If, for example, if a business association were to form and decide, okay, we want to maybe raise dollars to host an event downtown around your park area or something, I don't know, something, to try to get people downtown into Platteville, we might be able to get that as a contribution. I mean, I think we've got a lot of creative things we can do. Key thing is it needs to be a public-private partnership. There needs to be a fundraising component, or this program is meaningless.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it needs to have a little bit of multiple participation from business. It can't be to the benefit of the one business only. Who raises his hand and goes, oh, I'll do it, and it's just that one sole source thing, that's gonna.
But I think there's a lot of unique opportunities that, and we're happy to talk with business groups or talk with. I did want to point out here, just in the 2018 Platteville activity, in the industry thing that Rich went through very quickly, just to give you an idea, this program is utilized. In 2018, countywide, we certified 177 businesses for enterprise zone credits, and those businesses collectively created about 300 jobs, retained about 9,500 jobs, invested almost $423 million, and earned credits of about $9.3 million. So this program is utilized. 4 of those companies were Platteville companies. They invested about $1 million and claimed about $18,000 in enterprise zone credits. One of them was Colorado Water.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. There was, I'd have to get the list of the others. Any other questions on the enterprise zone? There's an information sheet, and I give you tons of information on this.
The entirety of the town falls within that.
That's your boundaries.
But it used to not be that way, like,
That's right. We went through a boundary certification January of 2016. So we were able to expand it, working with Troy, figuring out where we want it to be.
Do we tell the businesses that this is a thing? Do they know?
Of the existing businesses. We've never thought on making a campaign to promote these for local businesses.
We should do that.
Yeah.
We should absolutely do that. We try to do proactive marketing to the CPA community, to businesses that have claimed credits. Remind me that the one thing that I forgot to mention is critical, is that annual pre-certification required. Companies have to pre-certify each year in order to claim credits later in the year. It's very simply a matter of telling the state of Colorado, I'm aware of this program, I plan to utilize it if I can. But they have to do that. It's very simple, they have to do it. And we can help people. But we should definitely, and we can definitely help with that. And we would appreciate the town's help in getting information out there.
Absolutely.
Well, just coincidentally, Trustee Blunt here is our new Business Citizen Advisory Committee liaison, and I'm sure we'll have a meeting sometime this summer.
If we can help, let us know. Another really can be important incentive from a local level is this partial personal property tax rebate. This is basically Colorado legislation that enables cities and counties on a case-by-case basis to waive up to 100% of the governing jurisdiction's levy on new taxable personal property or new equipment. So 100% of your levy on new equipment can be waived if you so choose. I can tell you for up to 10 years. Colorado limits this rebate for 10 years. Typically, on a case-by-case basis, Weld County and numerous municipalities throughout the county have been willing to do a 50% personal property tax rebate. Again, the philosophy, we're in this together, we'll meet you halfway. Keep 50%, and I think that's a very good policy. And I can tell you, this goes directly to a company's bottom line. Directly to a company's bottom line. Any new employer at some point in time, a company looking at the area, typically incentives will, at some point in time, be a topic. And this one can be very important. You can put together a worksheet estimating what the property taxes would be over 10 years and what the potential rebate would be. But what might be good is, again, like with your municipal incentive policy, is to talk a little bit about, philosophically, is that something that this town council will do? We've made the assumption you will. Maybe we shouldn't have made that assumption, but might be a good thing to formalize.
Well, half the summer is not better than zero, nothing.
Bingo. I think, Rich, what do you think? I think this is one of the most important incentives locally that can be done. And it's one of those that it's a win-win for both.
This isn't property taxes, this is personal property such as equipment.
Equipment, not real property, not taxes on your building and land. Right. It's just the person.
And some years ago, the one incentive that the board adopted, I believe it was in 2012, is called the S-STEP program. It's the enhanced sales tax program, where we adopt an ordinance to where if there's a new business either renovating existing facility or building a new facility, it's the 3% that we pay the sales tax. They negotiate with the governing body of what they're going to rebate up to 3%, and they have to submit application of what their cost estimates projection will be to pave the parking lot, put up landscaping, or put on a new roof, or the case may be. They can get that money rebated back to them through the sales tax
Portion of it.
Portion of it.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit. I mean, it's every little bit helps, but that's the only thing we really have established.
Most communities, for example, will look at new construction. If they charge sales and use tax on construction materials, they will look at rebating all or a portion of that, which is typically about half of the value of a new facility. If you assume half is labor, half is materials, that's kind of where that came from. That's a very common one that can be very, very helpful for the sales and use tax. Could be part of again, a municipal incentive proposal, but that's something when certain criteria are met, you would consider doing, which we can talk about. Okay, moving on. This is the Weld River Revolving Loan Fund. This is a program we've had for a number of years. It's designed to provide gap financing for up to 45% of project costs when companies are struggling getting financing. The nice thing about this program is it's specifically put in place for companies looking at locating in rural Weld or rural Marion County, everywhere but Greeley, Fort Collins, and Loveland. So this is specifically designed to help finance companies located in those rural areas. You can see the minimum and maximum loans there. The whole idea is short term. Try to get these federal dollars lent out. There does have to be job creation, and that's not listed there, it should be. There does have to be job creation or at least retention. If those jobs retained or created, have the dollars revolved back in so that we can then loan it out to somebody else. Had a lot of success with this program. What do we have about, Rich, do you remember?
We currently have, there's $4 million in the portfolio, about $2 million is currently loaned out, between 1.9 and 2 million available right now to be loaned out. We typically like to partner in the deal with banks. And as I always say, we're the idiots who take the second. So
sometimes even a third if SBA is involved.
You know, and what we'll do is we'll we wanna support the, company in terms of meeting their ownership injection requirements that a bank may have. And so we will assume a risk that sometimes a bank will not ordinarily assume, based on the job creation, the size of the project, you know, what it means to the community. We did one, last year where the principals of the company, were buying the company from a venture capital firm, and it allowed 65 jobs to stay here that were gonna disappear. Those are great projects to do. We typically do, a lot of, because of that job creation, it's real easy for us to do manufacturing type projects, but we've done everything in between, including retail, so.
And you can see the uses of funds down there.
Yeah.
Pretty broad. So, great program, and there is funds available if there is a gap. And in some cases there may be. Any questions on this? And again, you've got a brochure in your packet that goes into more detail. This WeldWorks labor team, this is something that we've worked very closely with our partners at Weld Employment Services and Ameswood Community College for years. And a year, 18 months ago, we kind of formalized this to call it the WeldWorks labor team. To try to have a comprehensive, one group, one meeting, multiple labor services, and really streamline the process for the employer. The team goal is to meet with companies confidentially, talk about all of the various workforce-related programs available at the local, county, and state level. Because it can be confusing to walk through all of them, but to try to condense it down, help them figure out what they may qualify for, and get them the assistance starting applications or whatever. That Colorado First Existing Industry Training Grant is one of the more popular state, again, training grant programs. It's one of the few grant programs that's available that provides small training grants to businesses looking at expanding or needing to train existing employees, new employees, whatever. As we talked earlier, workforce is such a critical component right now in the site location and expansion decision. I mean, it's right up there with the real estate. Am I going to be able to find the workforce and more importantly, keep the workforce that I need, or are they going to have the right skill sets? So this is becoming more and more important all the time, and obviously we're trying to streamline that as much as possible. Anything you want to add? We do have a standing meeting, monthly meeting with this team, so that we can again, schedule with employers quickly to try to meet their needs. And then finally, all of this can be kind of confusing when you look at the state, the county, the local assistance that might be available. So we do provide a comprehensive incentive proposal development and coordination of all that. You can rely on us for those services. I mean, you're the experts in your community, and we can add in what the county might be willing to do, what the state might be willing to do based on the project, pull it all together with a pretty bow and present it to the company to hopefully put our best foot forward in the deal or expansion in the project. Here are a few of the other key state assistance programs that we haven't talked about today, but would potentially be part of the deal right now. What does economic development mean to you guys? What are you looking for? It's obviously some retail, it sounds like. Your turn.
Filling in the empty lots in town, beautification over downtown, it's got a big priority.
It's a mix. The energy park has brought in some great industrial uses. I mean, there's an employee base that comes in there between 7,000 and 8,000 employees, depending on the day. Anadarko alone told me they have over 500 regular employees, and they bring almost 500 subs on a daily basis. And that doesn't include already services, Willow Creek, and Reliance up there. At least in my perspective, talking to the board, the retail, the sales tax component, the services for the citizens. For many years, the thing I heard the most is that lingering grocery store. Yeah. How can we get that grocery store? Clothing. The Dollar General is a one-stop shop for if you just don't want to drive somewhere else.
Is it doing pretty well?
They actually revamped it a year year or two ago, and they put in some more food items, basically, as well as, they try to do the best they can, but I should've, I wasn't the town manager when they built it. Should've told me you might as well build it twice as big as you are, because that's how we're gonna utilize it, and that's,
It's your grocery store.
it's everything. I mean, I went down there, give my kid a pair of socks, thank God they had a pair. I mean, it's a one-stop, the best we can, so. The Platteville Commons filled up.
Yep.
We've got the Subway, the dentist, the FR Clothing, he does great with his own gas. The Mexican grocery store, which does really well. I mean, I look at the sales tax, so I can say what does, what doesn't work. And I'm not interrupting the board, but I'm just bringing up my perspective that the two gas stations, especially Exxon with the Patch Grill, that Patch Grill can bring in more money than some months all the other restaurants combined. That's how busy and important oil and gas is, impacts.
DoubleTree doesn't do very well?
They do well. I mean, it's just the way they're set up at the Patch. I'm not saying negative for that Tijuana, DoubleTree, but anything like that. I mean, they're great restaurants, but the way they're set up, because they have the fuel accounts with the larger companies, they'll fuel up, run in, within 10 minutes they're gone, and they have, two burritos and it's fast food. It's what it is.
So is that where at one point in time there was more burritos, at least some ungodly number of burritos?
1,000 a week.
That was sold out there.
Easily. And they're not small, but they're huge.
They're like Chick-fil-A.
My wife and I go down on Sunday and get the burrito and we split it. But at least that's, just want to throw that out there. That's right here.
So it sounds like some of your needs are absolutely being met. You need more restaurants, the grocery store obviously is a big one. More gas stations?
Capturing retail with the current population we have, utilizing 55 to 66 commuters. Fast food makes sense.
Which is tough to get.
I don't know, I'm just not, I'm gonna turn over to Adrian and the board.
We've got a dentist office, but no doctor's office.
Yeah.
More professional business in there.
So a health clinic would be nice?
We've got an older community too, we have to think of, it'd be nice to have them, something that keeps local.
And I even talked to my own personal doctor, because he had 3 offices, and when Platteville Commons was still pretty vacant, I talked to him about branching out 1 or 2 days a week, bringing in part-time staff, and that's what a lot of small towns do. It'd be like a chiropractor, Mr. Green comes in Tuesdays and Thursdays. So could we have a doctor, even a physician's assistant with a nurse or somebody come in and have a wellness program for the community, but doing anything rolling because, we're too small. We don't draw in the clientele for it.
And my guess is another issue is even if somebody had an interest and wanted to come, do you have any good vacant buildings that they could just move into?
There might be a bank.
We have the old gas station, we have the
They need work.
welding shop, that's it.
We don't have anything that's ready to go.
No.
Yeah. Certainly not.
That's what I was gonna say, we need somebody that would come in, look at Main Street and buy a lot and develop it, to have some commercial move into it or something. That's what I would envision, something like that.
We have the bank that's closing, right?
Yeah, First National Bank is closing in April, and they're gonna put it up on the market, so that's a prime corner, well-constructed building.
Why are they closing?
When Mary and I met with them, they were just downsizing. This branch wasn't doing as well as they needed it to be, so they're closing this branch.
So does a champion come to mind? Who is the Platteville champion? The private sector guy, gal, that has some money, loves Platteville, believes in Platteville. Who's your champion? The Wraith brothers?
I don't know, that's the only thing I can think of.
The ones I think of as far as the ones that have the financial well-being, have a long-time interest, and I'm going to be blunt and open to the board as well, they're not convinced that Platteville should grow.
Oh, so you still are fighting a little bit of
We're
the,
fighting the old
grow.
school mentality that, yeah, I own these businesses, but I kind of like the sleepy little small town. but they control. I mean, I'll drop the name, Miss Camp, she owns a lot of property, a little bit in town, but a lot around town. That, you know, along the railroad, by the cemetery, south by the middle school, on the river, for some great property assets. Talked to her at length many, many times. Just not convinced that's what they want to do. Yeah. So part of why, and this is my perspective, why Platteville's not growing is we have landowners that surround our existing town limits that are hesitant to do anything. They're not motivated to do anything. And it, to me, the word is landlocked. We're landlocked. We don't have, I mean, I see what comes across from upstate. You know, building size and acreage and green space, and I'm just scratching my head going,
How can we take advantage of this?
Yeah.
how am I gonna take advantage of this? I've talked to all those landowners. We have great relationships. It's just getting something going, you know?
Right, it's why, you know, looking into existing buildings that aren't being utilized and build that up and help beautify downtown, I think that portion will help push the other.
Yeah, so
the other portion, right? Because if you start making the town feel a little more comfy and a little more homey and a little, you know, I think that would have a lot to do with it, with a few of them, not all of them. But that's just my opinion.
And I agree with Adrian. Instead of going, well, we need to annex and bring in big box companies, all this employee base, I want to take a step back and work with the local businesses already here. They're
You are
invested.
gonna bring in a big box, by the way.
I know that. But no, I had to laugh because in our 2011 comp plan update, we have big box zoning up there by 1685, and I know it's never gonna happen. But,
No.
but work with the local businesses to better utilize, I mean, not insult them, but to say, you know, you have a corner lot and you're using it on a part-time, couple hours a day basis. You know, what better use can we help you provide with that? You know, you have a laundromat on Main Street. Could that be located somewhere else? You know, the owner of Tier 1, Mr. Gar's a great guy, but the building attached to Tier 1 is sitting vacant. It's on a corner lot. I mean, I get example after example. I mean, it's just, the word is underutilized.
Yes.
But someone else controls all of that, we don't.
So is there anything you control? Can we take a baby step?
We submitted.
I think the baby step is to do our Main Street development that we want to do, the kickouts in the street, make the downtown look nicer, and that maybe incentivize the people that are downtown, or maybe to fix up their buildings, or give them those incentives that say, look, there's a grant for this, if you just match it or something like that. I think that would start the process with everything.
Has there been a citizen survey?
Yeah. We did that, last year or 2 years ago, right, Melissa?
Yeah, 2 years, as part of our comp plan update, we did a pretty extensive survey, and we got medium level,
We got
participants.
66 responses.
Yeah, yeah.
And 60% of them were not from town.
But they were workforce.
They're a workforce.
Yeah.
See, the survey was done in conjunction with a business appreciation lunch, where a lot of those employees don't reside in Platteville.
Because they probably can't reside in Platteville, because my guess is there's not a lot of new homes.
There's no housing
There's
market,
no.
none
I
whatsoever.
mean, is there a home for sale in Platteville?
Yeah,
There's a couple that are grossly overpriced, but yeah. There's
Price
one around,
range,
one around the corner for me that they were asking $100,000 over market value. I mean, it's ludicrous what people do. But
I think
I
one of
know.
the things that's exceptional about Platteville is that we actually have a lot of primary jobs. I mean, it's really primary job rich. A lot of places, a lot of towns are looking for primary jobs. There are a lot of them here. The issue. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what you one day you said, what, 900 jobs? I have that number in my head.
Advanced, there's a little over 100, a lot of them got the field.
Yeah, so what we need are the services, housing and services. It's kind of a different scenario than many towns, I think, are struggling with.
It seems like the housing goes right hand in hand with the economic development. Like we're almost too small to attract anything like we're talking about unless we grow in size as well.
Rooftops.
Yeah.
Kind of goes.
Have you been talking to developers on the residential side?
I don't have to know. I mean, when Journey Homes finished out phase 3, I talked to, not the owner, but the manager that was over. And we talked about some other, not that important by any means. But I said, I just want to learn from him, how does this work? I mean, what are you doing? I mean, you picked up an underdeveloped or a development in LaSalle that did, you look at turnkey properties. And they're doing a ton of building up there in Severance and Tinmouth and Greeley. But going back to Kathy on Main Street, a couple months ago, I submitted a devolution request to Johnny Olson CDOT for the town to acquire Main Street. They would pay us, we'd take our Main Street. That didn't go well the first time, so I made a counter offer, and I'm waiting on a response back from that. So if we could take control of Main Street to where, like Troy said, we could pursue our streetscape plan, we could do the undergrounding, which is also in the works. Waiting over a year and a half now for underground to be completed by Excel. And it sounds like excuse after excuse, but it's really not. I mean, I best them all I can, but I can't force them to do it. So we've got undergrounding on Main Street. We've got a devolution request on. So once those come in, then I think that we have primary opportunity with our business property owners downtown say, this is what the town's doing because we actually control this. We put money aside in the budget to actually revitalize our downtown, which the board already has. We just need to add to it.
I'm sorry, the Excel request was what?
Undergrounding from Grand Avenue here to our business district, to the alley past Goodrich Avenue. Basically a 4-block stretch. And part of that undergrounding is to put in the conduit for new street lighting, for some new electrical that could be used, the bulb out corners maybe there.
So is your Main Street Highway 85?
It's business 85.
It used to be.
Yeah.
And it's roughly a 3-mile stretch from the connection here on the north side of the Energy Park to basically dead end of Canada 28.
And there's a good old town 2 to 3 block stretch that has a lot of potential. It's just
That's where you
degraded.
kind of do your
Right.
core.
And that's our
Where we'd like to see it
downtown
more.
development plan that we came up with.
And you guys already did build a Main Street program today.
Right.
See that correctly?
Not the Main Street program we did with when Mike Tupa was with the CU DOLA. The students came in, and that was a program we used. Main Street's a little different program.
Yeah. Then if there may be some options there.
I think we should pursue, because I brought in the lady from Main Street, Colorado, about, I remember how many years ago, did a presentation, there was no interest, but this board's very different.
Okay.
I can say that's the right here. But, I'm sorry.
And then it sounds like then your citizenry is also
And I think,
moving that direction.
I think if we were able to develop our Main Street and to show some improvements, the community be involved, like, hey, look, we're doing something nice, and let's, and then, because sometimes it's word of mouth of residents say, hey, Platteville downtown's doing this, you might wanna look at putting a business here,
It's all
because
about
we have,
perspective.
so it's about having that, visual perspective of what we have, because right now it's like, yeah, there's nothing down there, we don't wanna go down there, or they, they go to, Firestone to eat, or someone else staying here, and because it's somewhere like, I look at Niwot, it's a small little town, but they have that little section down there, old town, where the people go to on the weekends, have a good time. And that's what we talked about, like, do some outside the Silver Spur, like give them, like the kickouts where they can have in the summertime a patio out front to have, some stuff, or, so the businesses are incentivized to be able to, we develop the Main Street, and then they have an opportunity to have some growth, and people come in the community to hang out down there.
You guys might assume participate in like CML and things like that. There's a lot of, just to give you my background, I used to work for the state of Colorado in the SBDC, the Small Business Development Center system. So there are a lot of resources, smaller resources, as your businesses are coming in to help them develop, to help them remain sustainable, which is what we all want, right? It's one thing to attract business, but you want to be here for years to come. And where the town can come alongside is in those, actually I love the idea of taking control of your Main Street. Beautification. I worked in Pueblo for 6 years, which has a whole host of difficulties as well. And this is getting in the weeds, but they started a program where they started partnering with the local businesses to do a hanging basket program, right? So they had to, I mean, not, you'd think that would be easy, but they had to get permission from the utility with their new poles to hang baskets on the poles. But what the town did, they said, we'll pay for the water, right? We'll have the guy come with the truck and water every 2 days, and they got the businesses to sponsor a basket. So it was a true public-private partnership, and it was hard for them at first, to be honest with you, until people actually saw these baskets. And then all of a sudden they went, wow,
You have
this
to
is really
see
nice.
something.
Well,
You gotta
trust
touch
is
it, feel it,
something.
see it, you know.
Trust in government isn't super high.
Yeah.
Something tangible is always nice.
Where's your community center?
Our community center is basically one large room with restrooms and a kitchen, and it needs to be renovated, so it's just about 2 blocks.
Is it anchored?
No, it's over by the ball.
It's offset.
Is it over by the ball?
Yeah, the baseball field's about 2.5 blocks northwest of here. If you go 1 block over from Main Street to Division, then go north.
Yeah, I know where the ball is.
You wouldn't pass it unless you're trying to get there, for sure. Right? You don't just drive by it.
No,
It's
you
kind of
don't.
dead end road.
So it's in the wrong location potentially.
Well, yeah, I think this town was built on, well, this 10 acres is available, let's put that there. And this guy's over here, he's a tomato farm, let's not mess with him, let's go down here and do this. Good old boys club, right? Build here, build there, it's just kind of,
Bit of a patchwork.
it's kind of choppy, right?
Yeah.
You know?
And we've got,
And you know, one thing, the fire station built a new one, and so this one over here is gonna be helpful for anything. And we talked about maybe trying to see if we can get some retail in there or something.
it's commercial zone property, and I know that
There's an existing building.
as soon as this advertisement, I have industrial uses beating on my retail, no. The thing is we're trying to relocate existing industrial, like you mentioned, Colorado Water. Great corner, on Main Street.
Should be retail.
Heavy industrial use. You know, so.
So is that where something like a URA district, or, you know, urban renewal, would that?
I've seen it been done before, where the URA has worked with companies to relocate them. In particular, there was a plan in Platte River that was doing that kind of stuff. But I'd have to dig into that legally.
Are they wanting, are they going to relocate?
I don't know.
I haven't approached Eric or anybody.
I feel like we should fill the buildings we have first on Main Street before we try to get people to move, because we don't have, you know what I mean?
No, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but then there's, you know,
In this
It's like-
10-year plan, that would be great if they moved, but in 2 years, let's just try and get those 4 empty buildings.
Exactly.
Well, urban renewal can do a lot of things, not just that. So,
we used to have a welding business downtown, of course, that now it's sitting vacant, now it's an opportunity to see if, ironically, the same one who owns Colorado Water owns that lot now, he bought it, so he's a key stakeholder on the downtown, because he's got 2 corner prime properties. Maybe not relocate Colorado Water, maybe work to get something by the, you know, retail base vital in that corner lot, and then start having some long conversations about if we could relocate you, that's more practical for your semi-trucks, for your business, that's affordable to develop. The town's looking at waiving or reducing drastically impact fees.
We could potentially come alongside and provide some financing.
Exactly.
One of the things you need to remember as you start looking at these finance vehicles of urban renewal is the ideal situation is to draw a zone where there's a low tax base, right? Because you're only collecting an increment. So just be careful if you're talking about like drawing it where there's a high tax base where someone you're gonna then relocate out of the zone.
all right.
Then you could be upside down
That
in
makes
that.
sense.
In fact, we've even seen communities like Frederick, who's used their urban renewal zone very effectively, but they've actually exempted oil and gas operations out of the zone because oil and gas is included in the zone, and then it goes down, then your zone's going to be upside down.
Sure, that makes sense.
Because it's so volatile.
and please, this is a joke, but it's true, as you're looking at all of these different things, urban renewal, that don't plan your Christmas festival or Christmas lights with urban renewal funds.
No.
It is frowned upon. So, that's what your DDA is for, right? That's what your chamber is for, those kind of things as you develop this area, so.
So guys, do you have anything specifically in mind for, that we can help, that we could do for you, that we can help you with?
I think going back to when it gets warmer this summer, inviting the business owners to a meeting, having you attend, talking about some of the stuff, to start getting the wheels turning at least. You know, by then we'll have an answer on the devolution. We'll hopefully have an answer once and for all on the underground. And kind of present a package, like our goal is this. And these are the spokes of the wheel that we're trying to accomplish.
Are you on board, or how can we change it so you are on board, and how can we move forward?
You know, we want to revitalize downtown, but more so than just pretty streetlights and hanging baskets. We want your building that you're using for a part-time opportunity, could it potentially be something else? Could it be the Starbucks, quote unquote, you know, just throwing out ideas? Could it be the ice cream shop on a Saturday night where parents were walking downtown to take their kids to? I mean, but, yeah, you're gonna offend some people, but have a conversation.
Well, we are more than happy to come and meet with your business group. That, just let us know when and where, and we're happy to do that.
At least, that's my response to the question. I don't know about the board, but to me, that logically makes sense that we, in order to invite them, we'll feed them, which always happens.
Can have alcohol?
We might, no, it's kidding. But we also need to provide something of interest. You know, don't come and just eat and listen to us blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is what the town is going to do.
And the biggest thing is we need to come up with a way to, like, how can we help your business be profitable, more profitable than we are now, when you're sitting at, you know, by appearance, and help them, you know, with a business chamber or whatever, as to market their business. You know, because there's a lot of new people that moved in here last year, and they didn't know we have a couple pizza places and stuff like that, you know, so a lot of it is, you know, just market within their residents.
Well, the town, I mean, I want to point out Melissa's our town planner, but we were talking a few weeks ago about, she also represents Bennett. And I was looking at what Bennett has for economic development. They have a small program, correct me if I'm wrong, where the town invests a pool of money, and a business can apply up to $5,000 match to revitalize their business, redo the roof, repaint it, new awning. Exactly. And little things like that, I think, go a long way on some of these small town markets.
And I think you could layer them, where you could do an awning program where the town pays for a portion of it, and then the community has a pool of money, they can get some of the cost, and maybe there's still a little bit left, we could make it a contribution project so they can earn a tax credit on that component.
There you go.
And that's a standard, program within urban renewal as well.
Okay.
It's design and streetscaping and
Those
The
strategies,
windows under Napa and
yeah, windows are a big one.
yes.
you said signage. Is there any possibility, I know we may have talked about this before, putting advertisements for the businesses down Main Street to direct people off Highway 85 to go adventure down our town?
And that's why we have to get Main Street, because when I try to do that through CDOT, they don't allow that. They'll put a little sign that says business district, but you can't see a specific name. So if we can get Main Street, we're outside their 66 right away.
Oh.
We could put a sign down there that says, you know, cracked egg, Tijuana, double tree, blah, blah.
We're
But right now,
a
we're restricted.
landowner
Yeah.
who was putting up a billboard on their private property. That solves the CDOT issue.
Yeah, and then you talk to the town planner about our sign regulations.
Yeah.
And you're picking up.
So neon,
Yeah.
you know.
100 feet high.
On your way to Rapid City, you see all these fire trucks every 5 miles or whatever, they tell you to go to that, you know, it's like all the way down. So, you know, it's something.
We can do that.
I know we're joking a little bit about it, but I think there's an important thing that you mentioned earlier in the conversation is how you are capturing the data in terms of sales tax of your current establishment in terms of volume, right? We know that there are a lot of people who don't live here who are buying lunch, right? Or filling up and things of that nature. And how you capture that data to then help you recruit other retail into the area is really important in this process. And don't, I will politely say, there are a lot of retail consultants, there are a lot of companies who will sell you things and or reports to say, don't worry, we're gonna recruit retail. There are good retail consultants out there, don't get me wrong. But there's also other things that you could end up wasting money on. So just be deliberate about those decisions as you go forward, and we're happy to, again, bounce stuff off of us. We're happy to make recommendations. We are not by trade retail recruiters, but we will be happy to help you through these conversations.
And take a look at those ESRI reports. There's traffic count reports in there, there's leakage reports in there, there's a retail market potential report. That might be a good place to start.
In the one in your packet, the community profile even has the difference between regular population and daytime population.
Oh, yeah.
So you can really promote that.
Yeah, I got easily argued between how many people leave. I mean, we double between the school district and the industrial properties. We double population every day. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but just the visual eye.
So the folks at Anadarko and others, I'm sure, that's one of their gripes, I would venture to say, about Platteville, is that there's not enough services to feed my employees. There's not enough places to get gas, there's not enough.
Car wash for industrial, and it goes beyond that. I was talking to one of the guys out there that got to know, and he doesn't always want fast food. He said, if we had a grocery store that had a deli in it, and maybe had a pharmacy I could get some aspirin from. I mean, I don't get to go to Dollar General, but sometimes it's simple stuff. It doesn't have to be. I mean, I look at Main Street. My perspective is Main Street to me means retail. It means sales tax. Majority of our properties are not retail based on Main Street.
So look at the communities that are absorbing this. Look at what Fort Lupton is doing. Look at, I would argue, Eaton is a good example of a direction you may want to go. They have a heritage market there, which is a Kroger-based grocery store that's a smaller footprint than your normal Kroger store. That, my understanding is they have partnered with Kroger, but there is local investment that got that done. Yeah. Right. So those are the kind of things you may not be ready for now, but want to work towards for that exact purpose. Is people love that option of not having necessarily to buy a burrito every day, or a McDonald's hamburger, whatever it is. They want that, and there are other communities that I have seen that will literally decide. Castle Rock is an example. For all the retail they had a huge Main Street problem, and because their Main Street was just a way to get around exits on I-25, and no one was stopping. So what the town did was they incentivized a particular restaurant to come in because they wanted a sit-down lunchtime restaurant, and they incentivized it. They said we want American. They literally said we want American, hamburger type food. You need to be open during lunch, and you need to be open through early dinner hour. And for that, we are going to incentivize you a grease trap and a hood that the town is going to buy, which is like an $85,000 incentive, actually, it turns out. But it worked. And they got the kind of restaurant they wanted in there, and it's still going today. Because they said, we need to cultivate our downtown, and this is what we want. So.
It's funny you mentioned the Heritage Market, because Heritage and Age Market are the ones I have been looking at. And the gentleman we talked about earlier, that on both sides of 85 north of town, he's friends with the owner of Heritage. And he talked about conceptually how that would fit if that would develop. So those are.
So is there a specific site that you've identified for a grocery store?
Yeah, he's got drawings and everything.
But that's up north, that's not helping your downtown.
It's not helping the downtown, but what property other than Colorado Water, which has a half a block, would be big enough for a grocery store.
I don't know.
Yeah, see, and, well, that, I'm just making a statement, that's the only property I can think of.
I know we had a grocery store, and they converted to like a
Recreation.
dance hall or something like that. I don't think I've ever seen any business in there, maybe it's just 'cause it's on the weekends and maybe at night, I don't know, but.
Yeah, see, that's another thing, I mean, the properties, again, it's not proper use, at least from my perspective. The owner of one business across the street buys the old grocery store, which several people looked at. Somebody actually, a husband and wife, tried to start one up from scratch, and they failed, and the business plan wasn't very good. But before that, we talked to a couple of different people on King Foods, on, Save a Lot, they're smaller still, for lack of a better term. It was too small footprint. Didn't have it out of here parking. So, I just didn't get enough attraction on that. And it sold for the right amount of money, because when it first went vacant, it was actually bought from the Beverly Hills Bank of California. It was selling it for $450,000. They called me directly and asked me if the town wanted to buy it, and I said, you're out of your mind. The gentleman who actually did buy about $40,000 too. $40,000.
That's all it's worth.
If a property, I'm just philosophizing for a second, if a property came available on Main Street, would it be in the town's interest to buy it, renovate it to some sort, and then repackage it to sell it? I don't think that's really, we're in a huge position to do that,
Be
but.
careful, my recommendation would be to, work hand in hand with a created development court, development court, and have a separate entity handle those transactions.
Right.
The town can always, transfer property kind of back and forth, which helps you with taxes, tax relief, and things of that nature, so there's ways to do that.
What about incentivizing some of these people, the landowners that we're talking about, that we need them to inch, right, to give in? Is there any way to incentivize them to do so? If we put a package together, we come to them, hey, we really want this land is crucial for the development platform.
Actually, if we could come up with and I think Rich has got to.
I apologize, I have, just so you know, there are smaller and larger communities that go through the same discussions, and I have to go attend one of them. So we're gonna divide and conquer a little bit here, but these guys will continue.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. So look forward to following you guys.
Thank you.
What I was gonna say is one thing, if we could maybe come up with this town, redevelopment contribution project, and maybe in this downtown geographic area, and I would not recommend it go from the north side of town to the south side of town, but a smaller, baby steps, smaller area to start off with. And you identified 2 or 3 key properties that are vacant in that area today that you feel has tons of redevelopment potential, at least through the enterprise zone. If there's a way they would be willing, and I have no idea if donors would be, that's why I was kind of asking about your champion. If they could donate that land, we could give them a 25% or 12.5% state income tax credit for doing that. Or you buy a portion of it, they donate a portion of it, we could give them a tax credit for doing that. I don't know if that would be enough of incentive. Like I say, that typically requires a real community champion that really, is philanthropic in nature and wanting to give something back to the town. But we can, and we have done some properties where, I'm trying to think where it was at. I think there was one in Greeley and one in, I want to say Fort Lupton, but that may not be right, where somebody was willing to donate a piece of property, and they used it as part of the park. And we were able to get a tax credit for doing it. They were gonna do it, and we just said, okay, is there any assistance I can get for doing this?
Well, I don't know, going back to the champion question, I just think about this, when we did our comp plan update, both in 2010, but most recently 2015, 16, and the streetscape plan, a couple of key property owners downtown showed up for the meeting.
And they were supportive, they liked the idea?
And they were supportive, so I think it's a matter of just sitting down with them very candidly, because that's how they work, and just saying, this is what we're envisioning, how can we help you?
So tell me your streetscape plan, what is the cost of that?
We don't have it, we haven't got that point, we haven't put dollars to it.
With pictures.
So we need to take the next step.
Yeah,
You know, we have these pretty pictures, and I even sat down and met with FHU, did a lot of CDOT. I mean, they have some of them that will come in and actually go block by block and put an actual design together with cost estimates. So, and I've been talking to community builders, they have a community assistance program, and that's one thing they could potentially
so
help.
we haven't taken the next step because lack of staff, lack of time, other issues or priorities.
Well, there's the infrastructure that I think is the biggest holdup that we're waiting.
That's the Excel thing?
Like, so, well, CDOT, we need, you know, if we can work that out with CDOT, that would be a huge step.
How long have you been trying to work that out with Steve?
Well, the devolution's only been probably 4 months.
Excel's been almost 2 years.
Undergrounding will be 2 years ago this April.
4 blocks.
Or 4 blocks.
Well, we can definitely have a conversation with our Excel contact and try to put pressure on them from that side. Why did they say they don't wanna do it?
They don't.
We're not priority because there's bigger developments going on.
Larger project.
They're making
They
money.
work on it, we're paying for this out of our undergrounding fund, so we're not a big contractor with it. And it's a small project. And I met the gentleman, talked to him multiple times on the phone, he actually came here and met with me and David up at work truck. We walked it, did a visual about how each pole would go and where the lines would go. And this was around November, late December. But he's very candid with me. He says, I'm one of 4 in the entire state of Colorado that does this. That's what he told me. And he said, when the bigger, high-paying developer project comes along, I have to drop this, and I have to do that. Which makes sense. But that's where we're at. So I even emailed our regional Excel manager, Fort Collins, and asked him about it.
Who's your original project?
Lucas?
Luke McCollum.
Okay, so that's who we work with.
Yep, so I emailed Luke about that one, which I haven't heard back yet.
Now, we could drive forward with the design regardless if those are under.
Oh, absolutely,
Not, right?
absolutely.
Cause you've got a plan in place.
We have whether we get Main Street or not,
Renderings, yeah.
Excel, or CDOT's made it clear, Mr. Olson made it clear that even when Gloria Heist-Tyler was with their access permit person, now Tim Billiver on this, if we pay for it, they're not gonna care. If we,
Which is probably what you're gonna have to do.
exactly, if we completely pay for it, CDOT's not invested in it, even though if they still own it, hopefully we can buy it, or if they pay us to take over. They're not gonna care.
So, wild guess, what is it gonna cost? Your streetscape, how many blocks is your streetscape project?
You're looking at to me, it's from Grand Avenue right here by Town Hall, which is a key intersection, to,
South to.
you got Grand Avenue to Elizabeth, to Marion, to Goodrich.
About 3 blocks or 4?
So about 3 full blocks. And then you have from Vasquez Boulevard, 1 block on Marion, back to Main Street, because that's where the
So
other
you've got
bridge
an area that's 3 blocks long and 2 blocks wide.
is. Pretty much.
And that's what you're considering is your core downtown area.
We have South Downtown.
And
at
North
66,
Downtown.
And then we have North Downtown.
So your core area, and you've got a streetscape for that core area.
We
You've
have
got a plan.
We have a conceptual. The citizens, you know, the input we did get, you know, they want stone, rustic, or not Midwestern, but Western style. They don't want like the main Dragon Greeley. That will never fit here. With the right colors and different features, that would never work here.
Or anything on Main Street and Longmont.
Or Longmont.
That's because you're not really on
That's
your
right.
platform.
But this is, you know, we built we finished the Veterans Memorial with the stone and the design. That was a huge hit. A lot of people, they
So-
like that old.
So, you've got your streetscape design, or conceptual plan.
Mhm.
Your next step then is to figure out the design standards for that plan.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Cost estimates, yeah.
And that's gonna take some money to get that done. Is the town got that money to do that?
To finish that, probably just the design and
The
the cost.
design? So you could do the design standards.
I
right?
could probably get a DOLA grant, honestly, I'd probably get an administrative grant through DOLA, we've got multiple.
To do the design standard, so that you would have a streetscape and a design standard plan for your 3-block by 2-block area, that then it would be a matter of raising the dollars to build it. And I would skip CDOT. You're gonna be years screwing around with CDOT.
Well,
Yeah,
I've gotta
then.
get permits from them if they still own them, that's the problem, and I don't think that'll be an issue. And the board already set aside $250,000 in the budget.
So you've got the money to pay for this. And I would not just pay for it. I think you need community buy-in. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
you need the community saying, this is important to us. And not just your residents, but your major businesses.
Well, that sustainability, even my hometown back in Northern Kansas, I mean, it's a tiny little downtown, but what the chamber did there is like we did fundraisers, we're gonna buy the barrel planters, the benches, the nice stuff. We'll buy it, but you sustain it, you maintain it. There was a biome.
You have to
So
have
there was
buy-in.
very little trash, very little vandalism, the
And then
flowers
you
were always
also
watered.
get people excited about what you're doing, about what the plan is, and knowing what the plan is. Why don't we get this as a contribution project? Why don't we fill out an application, get it as a contribution project, so that you can then have the money to go ahead and finish your design standards. And I assume with the design standards, you'll be able to then put a price tag on what the build-out will cost, correct?
We should, we get the engineer involved.
So you then have the price of what you're trying to raise. And I do think the town should put some money on the table and
But we
say,
have to.
we've dedicated X dollars. Let's just assume it's are we talking a $500,000 project, or are we talking a $200,000 project? A $2 million?
I would say with the amount of curb and gutter replacement, asphalt replacement, that'd be a little different. But yeah, you can look at up to $500,000 easily.
Okay, $500,000. And this is reasonable over a 5-year period of time, which is what I'd have to have for an enterprise on contribution project. This is what we hope to accomplish during this 5-year period of time. And maybe the town comes in and says, okay, we've got $250,000, we'll take care of what you've already done, the plan, the design standards, come up with the estimate of what it's gonna cost. We've got $250,000 to get the thing started. We need to raise $250,000 from our community. And oh, by the way, because it's a contribution project, if you, Anadarko, give us $50,000, you're gonna earn 25% of that back as a state income tax credit.
That's awesome. And we don't have to be a 501c3 to approach.
The government governments or 501c3s. I think you hit it on the head, in my opinion. Baby steps. You gotta just start.
Yep.
You just gotta start doing something to show that we're moving forward, and just little increments at a time, and then maybe get your community excited about it and willing to do it. Now, to do that, Troy.
You might as well be on the board of trustees, because that's.
Well, not as
Troy,
ever as
really
easy as I
need to
just
be
made it
born.
sound. I mean, I feel very confident we could get that as a contribution project. I sincerely believe that. I mean, I would need to see what you've done already, but I think we could get that, and I think that's a reasonable fight with a 5-year period of time. And somebody said, you do have a lot of primary employers here. And I would be trotting to every single one of them and saying, it's to your benefit to have a vibrant downtown in Platteville so that we can try to attract more businesses and services to serve your employees.
Absolutely, Bill's hand in hand.
Yeah, and I think they'll give you money.
And there are those long-standing ones like Morning Fresh Farms and some of these other ones that for many, many years have invested, but if they know they're gonna get something tangible, concrete out of it.
Which is why that timeline is so important.
There's a timeline, and we can actually show them that pretty picture in reality of with the price tag.
With a price tag, a reasonable price tag that the community buys into. And I sincerely believe I could get that as a contribution project. Now somebody's gonna have to raise funds. I mean, that doesn't just happen. Somebody has to raise the dollars.
To me, that's an elected official.
There we go.
Newly retired.
This is a teamwork kind of project.
We had discussed, we had in the plans for 2019 to do this design, right?
We did
Start on it, yeah.
Or was it Reynolds? And it's one of our like 2 years.
Yeah, Reynolds Avenue is a priority district to get D&E, design and engineering. Main Street is on hold until we find out from CDOT if we could take ownership. That's kind of where we're at on it. So I do want to start a project.
That you aren't gonna get ultimately owned.
Exactly. Or we would be restricted on what we could do. We can replace existing now, but if we want to do bolt outs and this and that, Main Street is a designation through CDOT as a truck route. And I'm not saying it wouldn't be a truck route, but once you start modifying the physical characteristics of Main Street, you're gonna have some issues. And I don't see just replacing sidewalks and asphalt as is. I see maybe, I was in Milliken on this one, looking at how they're, that's Highway 60. CDOT owns it, but they were able to work and put in some streetscape and that's not something
beautify that.
I would do, but it works for them.
Right.
But and CDOT still owns that.
CDOT still owns that, but again, another thing, as long as you pay for it, and you don't have to
They don't
spend any
care.
money, they're not really, because they don't want any of these frontage roads, Kathy. They told me that for years, they want to get rid of every non-major highway or section of pavement that they don't have to have.
Which is why I'm surprised they aren't just, God, take this if you want it.
Well, it's negotiation, it's
Politics.
like Old West poker.
If I can step in, they have given you a timeline. It's not like forever and ever, but it's a year. It's a substantial amount of time.
Before they'll make a decision.
Yeah, wasn't that kind
No.
of the process?
Well, Tim, when we met, Melissa and I talked to Tim Villebrown, from start to finish, we're in the negotiation stage, and then it has to go to the State Transportation Commission. The board has to adopt resolutions, so it can be a year-long process, that's true. But right now, we're into 3 months of it, because I think the negotiation is half the process.
Yeah.
So help me make sure, I'm an idiot, you guys. Help me make sure I understand, if you don't end up owning this, they will tell you what you can and cannot do.
There's restrictions on the classification. So, years ago, when we replaced some of the existing sidewalk on Main Street, we started the project and realized, ooh, this isn't ours. It's CDOT, yeah. So at that time I got a hold of Gloria High Island, she goes, well, just fill out this permit form, as long as you don't change the structural characteristic of that.
Are you wanting to change the structural characteristics?
Potentially, I don't know, the board has to make that decision.
Well,
But I can see, in order to fit in new light poles and trees, for example, just throw that out there. The existing sidewalk, in my personal opinion, would be bumped out at least 2 foot to get those to fit. Then you can put in some pavers or
well,
some
bottom line
bricks
is
decorated up.
you wanna narrow that down and slow traffic.
That's right.
Exactly. And 2 years ago, when they reclassified the signage on Main Street, I argued with Larry Haas about the speed limit on it downtown. I said 30 downtown is too fast. And they would not go less than 30. So those are things we can take control of.
But-
So, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say this, there's a mountain community where the highway runs right through, that's their main street. And through community builders,
That's Gunnison.
Delta?
there's several of them.
Gunnison is one of the projects
You
too.
and I went to that
Yeah,
class.
up in Brush, it was the town of Delta.
That's right, okay, yeah.
But it would be remiss of us to have the design done when we don't, we could just do it in the event that we will get it from CDOT, right? We could, but is that money not well
And there's
spent?
no way your design, or what you guys envision, there's no way CDOT's gonna sign off on that. Right?
I can't guarantee that, but based upon going back 2 years to the streetscape concept and the foot traffic and I don't know, I'm just not convinced CDOT will sign off on it.
So, we gotta back up then and say, the number one thing is as you pointed out, you've gotta get the CDOT, you've gotta get ownership, and that could take 18 months.
No, I think if we come to a financial agreement, it could be done this year.
And we should know if we can get it or not within a few months, right? If they make an offer in a couple months and we say, yeah,
I was notified by Tim Villebrown, access control from the specialist, that Director Olson and their team from Region 4 were meeting last Thursday. to discuss it. I just have not heard back from him yet.
Okay, so you're thinking you're gonna have a decision from CDOT one way or the other this year?
I think in the next 2 weeks, I'll have the counter offer response.
And assuming it's positive, and you can take ownership, how quickly could you take ownership? Is
Right.
that a long drawn out process too?
I would say if we knew we were taking ownership, I would be comfortable asking the board for funding to start the D&E on what the board wants, do the community's input, and get the devolution done in 2019 and the D&E done in 2019. That way it's shovel ready, quote unquote, for 2020. That's my conception.
And it could be probably finished in a year? 18 months?
The actual,
The actual construction, the
From-
actual,
I think so, oh yeah.
you're gonna get that done in a year, aren't you?
Oh yeah, you're gonna get that done easily. Once you get the bids out, we follow our procurement process.
Well,
easily.
I still say, let's get it a contribution project. That's easily within a 5-year period of time, even if CDOT drags their feet a little bit.
Yep.
The worst that could happen is you don't get ownership from CDOT, and
I just have
Then we
to,
just have to ask permission,
I
right?
just have to ask, go through the process with Tim Bill, Ron up there, or Johnny Olson. It won't be Johnny, it'll be Tim.
It's gonna take some time to get that design work done. You know, I don't know that design work and getting that cost estimate in place is gonna go any faster than this devolution.
No,
So,
that's why I
think
said,
Probably lines up pretty well.
I'd say at least 6 months to do the design and engineering on Main
Yeah.
Street.
So we'd have it the last quarter of this year, make a decision, be ready to move 2020 potentially.
I think if I can jump in, I think a little bit of Troy's approach is economic development plan, right? And I can kind of see where this might be the keystone of that, but it is a piece of economic development, right? Is having a beautiful downtown. You know, part of that is the organization of the businesses, right? And the retention of those businesses, and understanding and capturing data and really understanding who your buyers are, you know, what information we glean from that in that process, and getting people involved, right? The planner amigos, like there's all, it's like herding cats a little bit to get to that project that would be a really great keystone project of, look, we've done something, and you can see it. I think your approach is to go, we gotta go and capture all of these elements of a plan, so that you know, and you have a priority of like what actions come first, you know, and that everybody's on board with you.
Yeah, I start from the broader scope and work my way in, so I don't wanna get halfway down a process and realize I didn't think like this.
And all your people aren't coming with you.
Exactly, I mean, I like my job too much. I wanna start with the scope, look at all the spokes in the wheel, undergrounding, CDOT, landscape plan, business association. It's all part of one ultimate goal.
to revitalize your downtown.
Revitalize and
Revitalize and beautification.
beautify the downtown.
Which, and then it's really a piece of a larger picture too, right? That
That's
Platteville's a
one
more
component.
vital place to live and work and shop and, you know.
Because ideally, we would bring businesses along with us and they would because I know this plan isn't gonna do anything for storefronts. Right? This is gonna be all ground level stuff we're talking about. Right, so you're not gonna make the front of a building, you're not gonna be a fascia on the front of a
Well,
building.
hand in hand with that, if the money's there, we could do, like I mentioned earlier, that Bennett does, we can, you as a board can implement a $5,000 grant match program for businesses to beautify
To do
the
that at the same
outside.
time,
So
I
part
don't
of
think
your
you wanna do that, right, to bring everything up with you.
Because my fear is if you get a nice looking downtown, the businesses aren't open at night or on the weekends for people to attend. You're wasting your time. Where are they gonna go down to? I'm not taking my kid downtown to go to the Silver Spur. I mean, seriously, that's an adult entertainment place.
Mhm.
You know,
And then if there's a way to identify a few of those buildings that are vacant, and maybe, kinda like what you were saying, if one of them could lend itself really uniquely to something, maybe the town buys that. And that's kind of one of the key anchors in your downtown area too, whether that's another community facility or a specific building that you wanna try to attract a specific retail that's key to your downtown. I'm not sure what that is.
So we could do something similar to what he was saying, where this building is gonna be a restaurant of this caliber, right?
You know, at one point in time, speaks how long I've been here, Doubletree was the place to eat in Platteville.
It's changed owners several times.
Yeah.
That woman that owned it at that time is still a heavy stakeholder in town, a key stakeholder in town.
Yeah, there's definitely some, I was thinking about this during this previous conversation, I've been here only 15 years, but there's only been 3 properties that moved transit as far as ownership. So there are some people who have an investment. I'm just curious if they just haven't been motivated or asked. Simply
And I'm sitting here
asked.
thinking, okay, it'd be nice to add another restaurant, yes, but we wanna take care of the restaurant we've got. Maybe the Doubletree, when somebody needs to have a heart-to-heart and say, okay, guys, this is what people want. This is what our information says. Can you make changes? And oh, by the way, we'll help you with that. Is that even possible? Or is it, I mean, is it a good is it,
Then we got the proper real estate. You know?
I mean, I don't know how the restaurant is perceived in the community.
It's got horrible health records.
Okay, so it may not be worth saving?
No, well, I think it's still vital to the community because we never want to lose them, we improve.
That's what I'm thinking is can the city and the town work with that property owner, and I have no idea who that person is, whether that's even viable, to make some improvements.
We have our limitations. If I can't, I'm not gonna cook for them, you know. But, you know, part of the streetscape, and we'll wrap this up, is Marion Avenue, which goes from Vasquez 85 to Main Street. Part of that streetscape concept that came out of Mr. Tup and the Goldstones was close that completely off to traffic and make that a pedestrian thoroughfare with trees and this and that. But the thing is, the potential business on that one section block is not attractive for young families and small children. And then we also, I'm thinking, again, we have another key stakeholder in town that owns probably 25, 30 properties, that also owns a key property on Marion, and also another corner residential property that could be easily turned into a retail property.
So when you maybe finish your design standards and take this to the next step and have pictures to show, and here's our overall vision, and go to those 2 or 3 people that have all those properties, would that get them interested? Would that get them motivated?
It could be, it could, you know, I mean,
If we could pull them in, and I agree with the
there's
man,
several generations deep, all of them are in this community.
pull them in, not just for pretty pictures, get their true input,
Absolutely.
and then follow that up with, well, we have some money.
We want to do something.
We have money in the bank, we have a program through upstate Colorado that can incentivize and help you out as well. I mean, the thing about doing plan after plan after plan is just sitting on a shelf.
No, you gotta baby steps, you gotta do something.
Yeah.
I totally agree, totally agree. Where's your park in relation to your,
1 block directly west of that key intersection downtown. It's on between Marion
so
and
it's in the
Elizabeth.
3 blocks, and it's in your core area? Or it's 1 block off of it?
It's 1 block
Off.
west of Main
But
Street.
it does provide that sort of spine, you know, that intersection, because there's a pathway to like historic property, right?
Yeah.
You have,
Yeah.
so it has
the light.
See, I'm thinking that park needs to be part of your core.
And it
Because
is
you
in
can
that
make some
plan.
improvements and do some kind of cool things potentially at the park.
Yeah, it's just a block away. That's a pretty short block too.
I have an unrelated question for you, Kathy. Is your firm fee related?
No.
Fee based?
Upstate Colorado is a county-wide nonprofit economic development agency. We are funded through our partnerships with Weld County as a key funder, the City of Greeley is a key funder, communities throughout Weld County. Platteville is a funding partner with Upstate. We have a formula.
Very nominal.
I didn't know that. I mean, I was just curious.
It's like, we pay an annual subscription,
Okay.
and I think it's well worth our time.
What would it
And
take
then we
for,
have private sector members
I
as well.
apologize.
Go ahead.
What would it take for us to move forward with this being, the disadvantaged community, whatever it was called, the economic zone.
You're in the enterprise zone.
Enterprise,
It's
how,
in the enterprise zone.
so,
You're in
yeah,
it.
right, how do we
You mean do
pursue?
the contribution project?
Yes, exactly, so how do we follow along,
Do
make
an
sure we're.
application. I can sit down with you later this week, next week, and start an application. We have to have a framework. We have to know what the project is. And we've gotta have a specific timeline. All I can do is get projects approved, the maximum is 5 years. Doesn't mean that you can't get reapproved and come back again, but they wanna see concrete, what are you gonna get accomplished in a 5-year period of time? And so what would we be getting accomplished?
I think our next step is, I'm gonna ask Marie to put this on next Tuesday's agenda with the board, we'll make an action item that we will apply for this application. And then the board, during that conversation, will solidify what is our outcome.
What are you gonna accomplish in that 5-year period of time?
So we're going to complete DME, we're gonna complete the devolution of CDOT, with CDOT, and then undergrounding with Excel, and then set aside funding.
You're gonna figure out what all that's gonna cost
Well, part of the DME is the cost design, and then
and decide how much we're gonna lay on